are not before the court in the Spectrum Management Authority case. He said even if the Attorney General effort to participate were granted, the orders sought there would not touch the notice and summons directed at him or the investigation into the ministry's personnel file. Now, who is Jamaica's minister? The Attorney General. Who is the Attorney General of Jamaica? Because it is clear that you are the problem. Yes. You are the problem now, Mr. Attorney General. And for those individuals who are not aware of the functions of the Attorney General, the Attorney General is there to look out for the government and to protect their every move. But under the current Attorney General, the amount of case this administration lose, the amount of money this administration have to pay out to citizens, every court case brought against the government, them lose. Well, tomorrow, Mark Golding say anyhow them not table it in a parliament tomorrow, you know. He's taking the matter to court. And you and I know that when Mark Golding decide to take a matter to court, he have grounds to stand on. And I can tell you this, Jamaica, on this blessed holiday. Honestly, anyhow Mark Golding carried a matter here to court, and the court ruled in favor of the Integrity Commission for those reports to be tabled. You know, say I done for Andrew Holness though. Anyhow, the court said that the report must tabled, and what them bring before them is null and void. I done for Andrew Michael Holness. Yeah. It is finished for the Jamaica Labour Party. For the love of me, I cannot understand if I am there for good governance, yeah? And if I am there against corruption, and things are brought to my attention, if I have nothing to do with corruption, and if I am all about good governance, Jamaica, I would have ensured that these matters are brought before the parliament and allow the chips to fall where they may. That is what a good leader would do, you know. A leader don't stand behind corruption because his party stands to lose. Huh? What Andrew Holness is doing is putting party above, yeah, the governance of this country. How is it that institutions put in place to hold governments accountable, whether PNP in a power, the Integrity Commission would be there to breathe down them back? So this has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with good governance. And by all measure, it shows that the Jamaica Labour Party is not about good governance. Because you cannot tell me that an institution that is there to hold public officials accountable, they are trying every way to block the powers given to these institutions. Jamaica, I personally believe, that when it comes on to the Integrity Commission should be similar to the FBI or the CIA in the United States, or the Interpol that is in Europe. Public sector or public sector service at any level is not private sector. So for the government to intervene, something no smell right. This is a public matter. And for the government to want to intervene in a public matter, something is there that they are hiding, Jamaica. This is something to watch keenly. Yeah? Public officials, such as those employed in whatever capacity in ministries, whether on boards, whether you work as a CEO, whether you work in the offices that run a hospital, whatever it is, you have to have a particular qualification to get these public service jobs. And once you join the public sector, Jamaica, you must be open for public scrutiny by the institutions that put there to audit entities, yeah, to scrutinize you as a public servant, and to bring you to the books whether you are worthy as a public servant. A public servant, Jamaica, you are a teacher, a nurse, a policeman, a doctor, a lawyer. You serve the public. Yeah? You cannot, as a teacher, as a public servant, when people picnic come before you for you to teach them, you engage in activities other than learning. And when accusations are made against you, and an audit team comes in, and these are the findings, so you trouble little pitney, yeah? Or if you work in an establishment, a public entity like a hospital, and you are the CEO, the nurse, the doctor, the director, and when you get to spend public money, and the audit team comes in to see that public money is well spent, because you claim so you want things and taxpayers' money fund these things, and persons are now auditing these places to see to it that what you asked for was provided and they are there. Why is it that you are fighting institutions that want to carry out their functions? Eh? Public officials, Jamaica, that are serving the public and don't want to be scrutinized. Then I am asking you to join the private sector. You know, when they scrutinize you and the ministry, take up your big sour lump of lard and go join the private sector. You are a public servant, and as long as you are a part of the public sector, you will be held accountable. Enough of you now. You have joined the corruption bandwagon, and we are going to make a public example of them and those, including you. You are a disgrace from the time you were at the South Health Regional Authority. You mash up down there, and you gone down a Cornwall Regional Hospital, and you are a disgrace. And now them further elevate you as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health. Well, let me tell you something, dirty man. Lift up your blouse and skirt, because Dr. Dawes will not work with you as his permanent secretary. So make I tell you from now, when the PNP forms the next government, Nobody give them no hard time as permanent secretary. Rub out yourself. And I'm going to erase you. We know in a long talking with you as permanent secretary, and a lot of people don't understand what the word permanent mean. It means that you are there for life. Nothing can move you. Only by death, or if you wish to voluntarily move. And so whether PNP come in a power or JLP in a power, you are a permanent secretary. So you have to work with either administration. But me I tell you, dirty man, we no want the likes of you, and we no want you kaba rub off pan Dr. Dawes. So me I ask you kindly, give the Integrity Commission what it asked you for, and nobody further bring down the Jamaica Labour Party more than how it has been brought down to its knees. My lovely people, this is where I am leaving it for today. It's 12 o'clock, and none of you make the holiday done for me, and me no go have a drink and dip my foot in a little seawater. So Puerto Rico, here I come. It is a lovely, lovely afternoon in St. Anne, and the sun is hot. And uno go waste my holiday. I love you guys, but time come. Time come. Time come. I'm cutting the show an hour early today. Me know I love the show, and the show was nice. And I know you guys stand with me, but I hope you guys understand. It is a holiday, and I don't want the day to done without me enjoying a little bit of the holiday. Not true? Sandy Solid, big up yourself. My lovely people, it was my pleasure being here. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party as we continue to hold this government to an account. As we wrap up the program, Jamaica, let us remind you the hallmark of who Andrew Michael Holness is. Definitely a Kunumuni. And so, Jamaica, no make nobody call Hunu no Kunumunu. Anybody that is ruled by them wife is called a Kunumunu man. And Andrew Michael Holness this afternoon is a classic Kunumunu. Good afternoon, my lovely people. Listen to Andrew Michael Holness, a Kunumunu.
Whenever a man is being ruled by his woman or wife, we call him a Kunumunu man. No leader must allow his wife to run the shot for him, because he will be called a Kunumunu. Well, one thing me sure me no Kunumunu. One thing I am sure, I don't have to go home and ask any woman at home what to do and come back the next morning and say, well, my view is this and this. And anybody, any leader in this country, in the future in particular, and take it from the maximum leader in the whole Caribbean region. No leader must allow his wife to run the shot for him, because he will be called a Kunumunu.
Because sometimes the leaders tend to believe that it is about them. And they are hurt, and they're this, and they're that, and they run off and do their thing. No more of that! No more of that! No more of that! That is one party. And I have taken a year. And I have been very accommodating. I have tried to build consensus. I have worked with everyone. I have embraced everyone. But now is work time. And those who have an issue, leave.
I see somebody in the chat room write something, and I would love for you to call. Person saying at one point interest rate was at 49%, and Ralston said Omar was the greatest finance minister. Shake my head.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me explain to Mr. Shake my head.
Yes.
Yeah, because maybe he don't understand the history. When Omar Davies became finance minister in 1992, inflation was 90% because the economy was just liberalized. The JLP administration under Mr. Siaga had agreed with the IMF and the World Bank to liberalize the economy, right? When the PNP administration took power in 1989, Jamaica's reserve were minus, more than hear that, because you can't tell me nothing about them things, I will just come, minus $500 million. You follow me?
That's the international reserve. So we,
yeah,
we never have no money, we owe 500
we never
million.
have no money. Yeah, we were underwater. So when the administration came, the JLP just ran into problem with the IMF because the JLP, until Nigel Clark, after Peter Phillips come under the heavy lifting, until Nigel Clark come, the JLP never successfully concluded the IMF agreement. Never.
But they have never ever brought down the debt to GDP before that since 1979.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. So when I said to you that them couldn't pass the IMF agreement, they've never successfully completed an IMF agreement yet. So when Michael Malley and tried to re-engage the IMF, the man them tell him so what the condition for the re-engagement is to liberalize the economy.
Yes.
You with me?
Yes.
Yeah. So they have to follow through with that. So when they follow through with that, as we said, inflation jumped to 90%. Mr. Siaga also contributed to that because when he was leaving, he went to the Bank of Jamaica. Mr. Siaga had what we call a bogus auction.
Yeah.
Where he used to hold the dollar at $5.50. It was market determined like what happened right now.
Yes.
So when him was leaving, go over BOJ and say, yo, this thing have a bust now, right?
Yeah.
So all that came in and inflation jumped to 90%. So when Omar Davies came in,
so Siaga went over Bank of Jamaica and actually badmouth the government.
Precisely, as usual. He always do that. Yep. So when the man them try to re-engage the IMF now, as I said, the man them say have to liberalize the foreign exchange market. Dollar dropped from 5.50 to 21. Yeah.
Boop.
And inflation zipped to 90%. So when Omar Davies came in, them have this thing them called sharp shock. They have to jack up the interest rates fast in order to try to control the inflation that was going on.
Yeah.
That is why the thing jumped around. Fast forward now.
Hold on. How high interest rate got into?
It went to where I talk about
49%.
Because after that,
did it go to 60%?
Yep.
Did interest rate go to 60% at any time under Omar Davies?
No, the treasury bill rate was 49%. And then when the financial sector crisis started now, then jack up the overdraft rate because all of the banks then, some of the same money we talk about with SSL now, them used to go to the Bank of Jamaica. One of the reasons that them make the Bank of Jamaica independent, them man used to go to the Bank of Jamaica and borrow liquidity in order to run them operations after them take the people their money and do all kind of things, build all kind of building and them to them. Next thing more explain. In the banking system, you have what you call demand deposits and you have time deposits. Demand deposits means that if you go to the bank now and deposit your money, you're supposed to be able to come back to the door and tell them, say, why your money back to them.
Same
That's
time.
why I call it demand deposit.
Same time. Yeah.
Yeah, them man, they take the people their money and tie it up in a concrete and steel, Crown Plaza, Guardian Building, the Mutual Life Towers and all them things. And then go to the Bank of Jamaica and borrow money from the Bank of Jamaica. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So that is what I want. So basically now, after that thing, despite the financial sector crisis, by 2007, Jamaica's net international reserves moved from minus 500 million to 2.4 billion. So for move something from minus 500 million to 2.4 billion, that's an increase of 2.9 billion, almost 3 billion.
Yes, yeah? So that's an increase of what, about 500%? Precisely.
Despite things like the debt to GDP ratio dropped from 262% under Mr. Siaga to 115% in 2007 when the Bruce Golden administration took place. So I have to call in at the chat room to take 115 from 262 and see how much that comes down back.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm inflation was 90% when he took over. When they believe inflation was 5%.
So when Omar took over in 92, inflation was 90%.
Yeah.
When he left, it was at 5%.
Yeah. Poverty was 34%. When he left, poverty was 9%. The fiscal deficit was 9% when he took over. When he leave, it was 5%. Jamaica never successfully completed no IMF agreement before him come When him come, Jamaica paid off the IMF and never go back to the IMF from 1995 until 2010, when the Bruce Golden administration mismanaged the Great Recession and got Jamaica locked out of the international capital market. That was the last time the economy grew by 3%. So tell him go back and do more work when he come on the program.
Come on, but you see him on come with half of the story.
Yeah, man.
For him, the half has never been told him, just hear the other half. Because somebody tell him that interest rate was at 49%, but they never tell you why. Now you hear why.
Yeah, so, and Bob Marley said that they say what we know is just what they tell us. So what him knows is what them tell him.
Yeah, man. So him ignorance has just been educated. Yes. We have a call now. Well, let me take the call.
It's an exaggerated reality. It's not the first. It's not the first. Many who have criticized Mr. Holness have been arrested and publicized on the internet.
Help. We hear the
We need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor right. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Portland Spice TV, we get that clip here from. Boy, may I tell you, I never know these things. You rest and I man break down that situation, ladies and gentlemen. I have a different type of appreciation now for the former finance minister of the People's National Party. Especially in that time. I don't want to not ramp with that brother there, you know. I have to go sit on one side, you know. Yeah, man, all of the political false historian them. Yeah, we have to start putting in the context, because Ralston I man out here and I teach and I preach. I truth alone me interested in us still, you know. Enough people, them only business about green orange. I don't really business about the green or the orange, I just business about the truth. But anyway, follow Portland Spice TV right there, so follow me as well on all of my platforms, them ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, right? Let me know what you think in the comment section. That was a teachable moment. One Ralston Iman, Portland Spice TV, Colin Bell. Zane, you know where go. Then get it. Yeah, man, like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. That is where it's at. Alright, 2026. We're not really putting a limit on the channel, but you see the aim for January. Yeah, man, we need to go 50,000 subs. 50,000 subs, guys. And get that video up to 10,000 likes and 5,000 shares. Alright? The word is love. Peace.
If you have belly fat after 50, stop doing crunches. Do these 5 Tai Chi walking exercises instead. 3 minutes each every morning and watch what happens.
Alright, my good people. Welcome to the platform. Now, I am glad that Perry Cummings Jr. Make sure that you guys go and check out his platform. Literally, the name is Perry Cummings Jr., ladies and gentlemen. You cannot miss it. Once you type in Perry Cummings Jr. one word, you will find him. Now, in this video, I am going to highlight 2 things, conversations and arguments that he had surrounding the NWC and the garbage collection, ladies and gentlemen. NSWMA and NWC. We live in a country where they say it's prosperous. But, you know, honestly, how can you have prosperity when you have problems collecting garbage? How can you have prosperity when you don't have enough garbage trucks? How can you have prosperity when your roads are not properly fixed? How can you have prosperity when your hospital them have garbage pack up in them and it's not properly being removed? I mean, how can you have prosperity when half of the population, no, scratch that, 3/4 to almost 100% of the population does not know what a vacation feels like, looks like, sound like? They've never been on one, ladies and gentlemen. Never been on a vacation. The closest thing that most Jamaicans have been on, that's where vacation is concerned, is when holiday come and you see them go from one parish to the next and them go on a river or something like that, or the ocean. And even the oceans are being locked off by the government. Yes, even the oceans lack accessibility. So where's the prosperity? I don't know. I don't see it. But I think we should start with making sure that running water is in everybody's pipes. I would think that is a basic standard of prosperity, where running water is in everybody's pipes. What do you guys think? A basic necessity would be, in my opinion, for you to have the garbage being collected, and Perry is gonna explain why. Let's hear this, ladies and gentlemen.
For change, that's what we have to do. It is a disgrace. So a lot of persons are saying, well, Perry, you should be happy that water is restored. Of course I'm happy. I'm happy that persons are getting water. But it is a disgrace that people had to block the roads in order to see change. Why? Why have we settled? Why did we settle for this type of
We need some milk.
where people have to constantly block road, have placards and do all sort of things in order to see change? It shouldn't be. You have to block road and demonstrate. You have to block road, demonstrate, burn tire. People living in fear because they're saying, see, the people, them head get mad now. And that is what is going to push you as a service provider to act. I'm not satisfied. That's not the type of leadership and service that I believe we should be getting in this country. It should be more than that. You should be happy to serve. If people are paying their water bills, water is a necessity. And ladies and gentlemen, for 2026, I said it yesterday, if we are going to allow these service providers to feel as if that in order for us to get the service that we deserve as beautiful people of Jamaica, if we are going to normalize this kind of behavior, we ought to be blamed as well. If we are going to allow and facilitate an atmosphere that fosters reactive service from these service providers and government, then we are to be blamed. We are part of the problem too. Because some of us, we don't see it fit to get service outside of the demonstrations and the protests. We are also a part of the problem because we are a part of the culture. We've helped to cultivate that culture in Jamaica. In order to see change, we have to burn tire, block road. God forbid it. We don't vandalize and hurt people in order for people to act. We are a part of the problem too. We shouldn't have to do that to see change. Let us normalize receiving effective service outside of the parameters of blocking road, going down into disgrace and animalistic behavior. So National Water Commission, I don't know if you heard us yesterday or you heard the people of Rose Heights, but they certainly got some attention. I want to tell you that there are other persons in Rose Heights who still don't have water. They are over here on the perspective tonight. So don't come and try to make it seem as if you're doing all of this work. It is a disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourselves. As soon as the road fix, in quotation marks, I'm going to put that as well. You guys come and dig up the road to lay pipe. Such a reactive service in our country. When are we going to really take a stand so that these people can change the way in which they do things? In Kitson Town as well. I've heard in Kitson Town that people had to basically...
You know, a perfect example of what Perry is talking about, you know, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the road down by, I spoke about it yesterday, the road down by Browser. What's that place called again? Man, Browser or Bowes or Bowden. Bowen. I think it's Bowen. The light post is in the middle of the road. And JPS is blaming, saying we're not fully responsible. We're only partially responsible. So there's a widening of the road project. The road is widened, but the posts were not removed before the road was widened. The road even paved some parts of it. You saw a light post in the middle of the road. Ladies and gentlemen, persons fatal. They lost their lives in accidents because of those light posts. And at night, there's no lighting. The little reflectors then where they're panning, not enough for you to see clearly, to all the place pitch dark. This is what we're talking about. We allow the government to operate in such a way without any real checks and balances, because you gave them 2 terms and they were operating in that way, and then you gave them a 3rd term. So you told them that, listen, we love how you are managing the country. It is the best it has ever been. So continue. So guess what they did? They continued. It's your fault. It's your fault, Jamaica. Let's continue.
And the protest and cry out to get a section of the main road fixed. Why is it that in order to see excellence in our country from our leadership, people have to resort to aggravating them spirit, raising up them blood pressure? This is not productive. This is not good for the citizens. People have to aggravate themselves and become so emotionally distressed in order to see change. It's a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. And we cannot accept that type of leadership in 2026. I refuse to believe that this is the way forward. We have to aggravate ourselves. We have to become angry every time. We have to block road. Listen to me, man. Those operations are for failing states. Am I to believe that Jamaica is becoming a failing state? In recent times, ladies and gentlemen, people have been comparing Jamaica to Haiti and other places. Should I believe that Jamaica is becoming a failing state? Another time we'll talk to you about the different types of states.
No, Perry, I don't think we're becoming a failing state. I think we are a failing. I think we are a failed state. I have done live streams already where the thumbnail said a failed state. Under Andrew Honest and the Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica is a failed state. Failure in so many different capacities. But let's continue.
That we have across our global community. And I want to put Jamaica in a category. Another time we'll do that bit of discussion.
Hey y'all, please
because
remember
if we are not
like
careful, ladies
I
and
know y'all
gentlemen,
coming sometimes.
Jamaica will continue on a trajectory to fail as a government
the like button,
and as a state.
And share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard?
People have to road to get piped water. Then what type of development are we boasting about? Where is the prosperity? Don't tell me about the multi-million-dollar investments that will be coming from overseas that the average man cannot tap into. Don't tell me about the garbage trucks that you guys spend millions of dollars to get. Don't tell me about all the other things that you guys grandstand about in Parliament. If the people don't have access to water, then it doesn't make any sense. If people have to be blocking road for water, where is the prosperity? My God, it's 2026. In the next couple of hours, the next few hours, basically, and you're telling me at the end, at the very latter part of 2025, people have to be blocking road to get water?
What can go?
And I must be happy with that. It's a disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about disgrace, Speaking about disgrace, I saw
He needs some milk.
garbage trucks. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me if I'm telling a lie. No? I saw a lot of garbage trucks recently being procured to tackle the catastrophic reality that we're facing when it comes to garbage. Jamaica is a nasty country, and we have a nasty government. Remember that recently, it was over by the Ministry of Health. People were crying out because there were garbage bags piled up behind hospitals. Remember, it was recently. It was so nasty, disgusting. It was a health hazard. Jamaica is nasty. Garbage pile up, sparks, outbreak fears in Black Stone Age. And of course, people must be fearful. People need to understand that when you have uncollected garbage piling up, it has to break down. Let's get into the bit of science. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have garbage, whether it is disposable food disposed that you don't want anymore and you throw it away, whether it is some people actually dispose of dead animals too in a lot of these places. I'm just trying to let you understand how serious the situation is. When you have all of that taking place, the things have to break down. Remember that everything, right, must go back to where it come from, So the dead rats, where them tie up in the garbage, some of them tie up all dead dog too. My God. The food that will attract the rodents, the food that will attract all manner of things, those things will begin to break down.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help.
All sort of things like maggots and things of that nature. And what do you think is going to happen? When the flies go and pitch up on all of those things that are breaking down, and they take the germs elsewhere. Studies show that one fly, listen to what, one fly can carry thousands of bacteria. And when the fly pitch from out of the garbage and pitch upon your food in your house, and you eat that and you get sick, ladies and gentlemen, understand what I am saying. I mean that Montego Bay, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. So why are we accepting this as prosperity? Don't talk to me about prosperity and the wellness-led administration if you can't keep the place clean. Now, I'm not just going to be
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help.
I have to be people who are also nasty as well. Because you have people, ladies and gentlemen, who don't know how to dispose of garbage properly. Some people are not even practicing proper recycling methods. So it's a twofold thing. You have the government, they have failed. They have failed significantly in ensuring that garbage is being collected promptly. But I don't want to leave out some of the people who are just downright nasty. Nobody's willing to find a bin and put the garbage in. Cleanliness is next to godliness.
What can
Disease can break out if we're not careful. So both the government and the people, the citizens, we must take greater care in how we dispose of our garbage. Because sometimes people eat, them throw or drink, them just throw the things them in the gully. You remember how Spanish Town was nasty? Recently, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, it was a disgrace. When you go to Spanish Town recently, before, I don't know, is what caused some amount of movement to take place. But it's not so bad now. But a month ago, I believe, Spanish Town was nasty. The nasty sewage water was seeping up through the drains, mixed with the garbage, the rats and everything. My God, and people had to be passing that, because if you know anything about Spanish Town, that stretch there where the Texaco gas station is, where Tasties is on the left hand, depending on where you're coming from. KFC is right there. We're talking about food places right around that thing there. The patty place, the pizza place, the Popeyes place there, so KFC right there, so the gas station right there, so people selling right there, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's serious, you know. And we have to reevaluate some things, because say for instance, you have a restaurant or establishment. If inside your restaurant should become in a way that is low to the standards of you know, health standards, right? You know, when you're going into areas where you have to deal with food, you have to have your food and glass permit. If you have an establishment, your establishment need to be free of certain things that have to be clean. That you have a proper cleaning schedule to avoid the attraction of rodents. Now, how can you do that when the outside of the building, the city that the government is responsible for, have all these sewage and garbage uncollected? How can those places hold that standard? And then what does that mean for the citizens that actually buy the food from there? Or should the citizens buy the food from there? That's a personal decision that you guys have to make for your own health or lack thereof. You don't want to compromise your health, yes? But it just goes further to show you the responsibility of the government, because these businesses pay taxes. Tell them why.
No, the expectation was that leptospirosis would come to the fore. But we could have had greater control of the outbreak if we had a proactive government and proactive agencies. NEPA, don't care who you be, the powers that be, those who are in authority, those who are directly and indirectly responsible for our cleaning efforts as a country. My God, have some pride and ensure that the people can live in a clean environment. We have to ensure that we spend proper money wisely to ensure that we have clean environment.
Something right now, wisdom warriors. Something is not right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must pause to say rest in peace
Something right now
to the legend, to a legend
right.
in
Tell about them.
No, we're not going to further into this. You guys can go and check out Mr. Perry Cummings Jr. page. Let me just click on it right here to show you for more interesting perspectives on the ins and the outs and the happenings of what's going on in Jamaica. Adi, may I tell you what can go so? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Like up the live, share up the live. So about BOLO VNR 2.0 and BOLO VNR clips will be posted either way. Follow me on all platforms, guys. It's imperative that you do. Yes, it is. It's quite imperative that you do. Follow me on all platforms. BOLO TBV, BOLO VNR, BOLO VNR 2.0 and BOLO VNR clips. I might do some name changes because in the search bar it's going to be tough for you to find these other platforms because one platform is already dominant. So I'm thinking about some name changes, ladies and gentlemen. Some acronyms and some name changes. So look out for that. Blessings to you. And if you don't see me in a video or live stream this evening, Happy New Year. Bless you and your family. God Almighty is in control. So look to Him to have control of your life as well. So to keep you and your family safe, yes? And that goes for everybody. Sooner or later, my people, that is it.
Listen to what the woman crying out and say. Listen to this.
Them over here. I mean, I said nothing. And I come group when I go take people and back of blood. No wicked. Where if you go? I look like Pitney. Where if you go drunk, bro? I don't live in a good house. Where if you go? You no bomb back like wicked. Where if you go? You drunk, bro. You must see one man get mad in this blood clot and get mad. So man are going to come and the ball are going to do good. When you are doing good to nobody, you got to drink up for an idiot.
It's a 1.
You got to get revolution and no pussy tomorrow.
It's a 4. It's a 5. It's a 6.
It's blood clot wicked to feel it.
It's what's happening, Miss Jennifer? It's what's happening. Tell the people them.
They say if you go and rock. There's my Mackenzie send this o'clock say if you go and rock, how much o'clock will get invoiced, the material. How will if you come out tomorrow? You can't be lost tomorrow. You can't be lost to them. I got to eat that they go tell me.
Listen.
It is unfortunate that I have to use this opportunity to respond to some dangerous mischief that is being created as it relates to the shelters, especially the Petersfield shelter. This government has never indicated to anyone that shelters will be closed at 12 noon today. There are persons out there who are creating serious mischief, misleading the country, playing on the sympathies and the unfortunate state of persons who reside in these shelters. This government has given a commitment to protect the dignity of these persons, and we have no intention of moving anyone out of any shelters that is being used at this time, whether it is schools or community centers. We are working closely with the Ministry of Education, and those works are well advanced. I want to spend a minute to speak on Petersfield. We have found alternative location on the grounds of the school, behind the school, where we are now doing some temporary work to allow those persons in the shelters to go into that location. Already there are persons who have been using it, and we are going to be doing some work to ensure that the 50 persons, and it is only 50 persons, that are presently at Petersfield shelter. Food for the Poor and a team from the ministry is down there in Petersfield as I speak, looking at locations to put temporary housing solutions. We are going to be holding those persons at that location until Food for the Poor and the ministry and the other agencies have completed the assessment and putting down the temporary housing. I want to dismiss this as false, mischievous, and a blatant lie, and to call out those persons who have their own political agenda and want to use the plight of these people to get recognition. Stop it. This government is going to push back at the mischief makers, and we're going to call them out for who they are and for what they are doing to hurt these persons, because they are creating fear amongst the persons who have already going under severe stress because of Melissa. This government of Dr. Andronis is caring. We understand. We have listened to the persons. We will not, and I repeat, we will not be putting out anyone in any shelters in the 5 parishes that have been affected until we have put down the necessary things in place, and we are well advanced in providing the solutions that is required. Mischief, I urge them to stop it, because we're going to push back at mischief makers and liars.
Begin this evening with news from Westmoreland. Shelter residents at the Petersfield High School in the parish are adamant they will not be vacating the premises until they're provided with materials to rebuild.
Their hardline stance comes a day before the shelter is scheduled to be closed so that work can begin to prepare the school to resume classes in a few days.
Details in this report.
It is a race against time for residents at the Petersfield High School shelter in Westmoreland. The shelter is scheduled to officially close on Wednesday so that preparations can commence for the reopening of school in January. Several alternatives were given by local government minister Desmond McKenzie to include a temporary site to house the residents. But when our news team visited the shelter this morning, it was business as usual. One man told TVJ News they are yet to get an update on what he described as empty promises.
No farm help forthcoming, and the promises that they said still elusive. We haven't seen anybody to represent us, to talk to us. We haven't seen the MP. We don't have a councillor here in Petersfield. They said that the mayor is responsible. We haven't seen him. We haven't seen the MP. We haven't seen anybody from Parliament come to say, okay, all right, we have previous conversation, do a follow-up.
And so, the disgruntled residents told TVJ News they will not be leaving the facility.
We will come up by shelter go. You understand? We can't leave the shelter if we don't get material to rebuild one room or one two room. Remember, all the power over here now. Mother and picnic over here, everybody over here now. Woman over here with them 4 or 5 picnic and have nowhere to go. Where them over with the picnic, them out the roadside.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness visited the shelter 2 weeks ago and reassured the residents that the government will provide transitional and permanent solutions and that grants will be disbursed to aid with their recovery.
Andrew for come give some material. Andrew the things in different places so warm to yourself. And you say a big shelter down at Westmoreland yourself. So we can get some material for the build house. Be promises and excuses. Isn't it? And false hope.
And with hours to go before the deadline to leave, uncertainty is rising.
It is not fair. My mother is a victim. She is the main reason why I'm here. My mother lost everything. And this is not fair. We are somebody as well as them. I think these people are playing politics. And I don't care who is vexed when I talk the truth. It is the truth. They are playing politics. And people are suffering. People need help. Most of the people that are here, they are from the Pullet Lane community.
We journeyed with her to Pullet Lane.
This is a tent where an elderly man is staying now, and we need help in the community. So I'm asking anyone who can donate generators or anything you can donate to help the people of Pullet Lane. We'll be grateful.
J. Anthony Clark is a shelter manager.
I understand that they are a little bit concerned, and I'm not here to ask them to go. That's not my job. I'm here to stand with them, but tomorrow is the deadline and I'll just have to see what happens after tomorrow.
He said of the 186 residents who were initially staying at the shelter, only 86 persons are remaining, and that or indicated they have nowhere else to go. Kimberly Pell.
Items at the Petersfield High School shelter in Westmoreland.
The development comes just...
The police are investigating the theft of several items at the Petersfield High School shelter in Westmoreland.
The development comes just days after the local government minister Desmond McKenzie announced that the facility will be closed come December 31.
Jenna Precious has details.
A teacher of the Petersfield High School showing our news team the room which was broken into by vandals. During our visit to the school-turned-hurricane shelter, we were unable to go inside because an emergency meeting was in progress. Days after he gave shelter residents notice to leave, local government minister Desmond McKenzie was back.
The situation is deteriorating here as I speak. There have been a major break-in in the staff room here at the school. They have stolen the school's personal property, including a number of laptops, which is critical to the learning of the students.
It's believed the perpetrators made their escape through the back of the school, where the fence was blown down by the powerful Category 5 hurricane. That area has also been transformed into a space for laundry. According to the minister, the indiscipline at the shelter is worsening.
They have been threatening the shelter managers and the person who are working here at the shelter. The behavior has gone beyond the level that I'm going to accept.
Going forward,
I'm going to request that the police have a 24 hours present here at the school, because I am not prepared to put the lives of the persons who have volunteered their services here to be subjected to any threats, any level of disrespect.
TVJ News has learned that in addition to the over 100 shelter residents, hurricane victims in and around the area are also provided with food daily and are also recipients of care packages. The shelter residents are, however, leveling blame at the outsiders for creating problems. The minister, however, had his own theory.
All because the fact that they are now required to leave the school, government is making provisions for them. Some are willing to go, some don't want government.
The minister, however, had his own theory.
All because the fact that they are now required to leave the school, government is making provisions for them. Some are willing to go, some don't want to go. And I'm going to say this now. We are not going to compromise any of the 4 positions that was made to them on Wednesday. And if they want to be difficult, I can be difficult too, and I'm going to be difficult. It is unacceptable. It is totally unacceptable. And I'm going to urge them. I hear that some are saying they will block road and they will this. I am not afraid of roadblocks. I'm going to appeal again to their conscience. Let good sense prevail on this matter.
The government announced that shelter residents requiring building material and other items will be facilitated, but those who are not in a position to rebuild will be relocated to a temporary facility being erected by the JDF.
Not because of Melissa we're going to postpone the education of our children. They are operating now out of the church down there. And the school is here. Nobody not putting anybody out. We're not throwing anybody out on the road.
Chanela Precious, TVJ News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I offer you nothing more than the facts. Not necessarily in the chronological order in which it was detailed out, but you can catch it. The last video there that I just played, that was him angry because there was a break-in at the St. Petersfield shelter. Are we to believe that all these people are just troublemakers, but this government is telling us the truth in regards to listen, like I said, I don't need to say anything. These are the facts surrounding the Petersfield shelter, and I'll just say this. He mentioned something about they mentioned something about that area where they wash behind the school, like a laundry area or something like that. Alright, that's cool. I mean, that's so is that the area that he was saying that is well advanced and people are staying around there, and you know, make it seem like say, yo, they have something prepared already. Is the place where the people can wash them clothes? I'm just asking. From what I saw in the video, I'm just asking. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Those are the facts surrounding Petersfield and the people that are saying, you know, them not leave and them. Oh wow, that's yeah. Like, share, and subscribe. Wow.
And they too have a right to hold the government to account just like the opposition. So are they going to sit down every issue and calling out Margolin to say this or to say that? What about the people? That is what I'm most upset with.
You're absolutely right. That's it. Because when them go and them say, I just election, they come with the next statement, your bad mind.
Yes. Are you evil? We see them take up 150 million US and lend out and people still homeless. But the Prime Minister say he understands that they're getting wet from the rain and he understands that the sun is drying them. But at January before him start give out grant, they're not finished with their assessment. After 2 months, they're going to take 4 more weeks to complete assessment. Madness. And the people them sit down. What are they waiting on? The opposition and social media warriors to do what? Them need to stand up and fight for themselves and hold the government to account.
Absolutely right. Them have the greatest power, and I go and like say them a kitten when them a lion.
Thank you very much. So because election done as them claim to say, all right, them no longer need the people and the people them not attack. They show them that over and over and over. But continue, my brother. This really get my brain boiled up. Trust me. Big up yourself.
Respect, Anissa. Blessings, mama. Respect.
Blessings.
Well, my God, I mean, it is what it is, and maybe it's true for some of you. Maybe Dennis Chung has hit a nerve, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe Dennis Chung has hit a nerve, right, where you guys are concerned, because I see when we had lost the when the election was taken, and I use that word very specifically, when the election was taken from the People's National Party, a lot of the supporters them fell back. You guys even fell back from in support of us, the content creators that was here standing. You guys fell back so much. You went in your shell. You just getting out of feelings, right? Because it was taken from us. And then people at that time, some people was calling for everybody to go and take it to the streets. But then nobody went and take it to the streets. Nobody. So is Dennis Chung right? Is Dennis Chung right? Did the people protest against Dennis Chung because it was just election time? And if it wasn't election time, then they wouldn't really care. Well, I can say for me personally, my voice against the corruption is going to be constant. It's not because of election time. Anytime it happens, we are talking about it. We are going to raise our voice in concerts about it. I have to say it too, based off how much I have seen, Mystic Sensation, Mr. Wayne Lonesome, Andre Stevens and Isabel Rose, Hot Water, Jamaica Hot Topic, DREBRIAN, Hot Fi Press, Talk Your Mind TV. I mean, Carlos, all of the so many of us, all of the contributions, right, of highlighting the reality that is in our country going on with this government, and so many of you still went out there and just you didn't care about the principle that this man was not certified, that he shouldn't even be on the ballot. And one man stand up right now out of the PMP, one man, and I can't Andrew Honest to court, or the body, not Andrew Honest, the body, the what them call him, the court there, whatever them want name, Mr. Buchanan me attack, that man taking, and him lawyer taking it all the way. It's just sad that the Jamaican judicial system is so slow. You understand? And so, and I would say ineffective because of the slow pace that it goes to. I would deem it ineffective. You need a quicker effective system. We need some more no-nonsense judge around here. You feel me I deal with? And still operating under the law. They won't make them get away with too much things, brother. In my opinion. Right? The appeal court. Thank you so much, Dwayne. The appeal court. Belly full. The 400,000. May I tell you we voted? May I tell you, boy, hey. I can't believe that so much people vote. Well, then again, I don't believe that so much people vote for them. Honestly. Because they know them take the election. Anyway, moving on. Big up Annie Isabella Rose.
JN Properties Limited will make real estate simple for you with professional and reliable services, whether you are a local or overseas client.
So whether you're renting, buying, building, or doing property management, we offer expert advice at every step of the way.
JN Properties is built on a legacy of trust, service, and community.
Our mission? To serve you with excellence, on time, within budget, and with full transparency.
With the strength and reputation of the Jamaica National Group behind us, we're a team of skilled professionals that bring real value, real solutions you can trust.
Make smarter real estate moves. Partner
with JN Properties.
Let's build something great together.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
My fellow Jamaicans at home and abroad, Happy New Year to you all. While we have collectively and individually endured many challenges, 2025 tested our strength and resolve in ways none of us could have imagined when our country was devastated by a ferocious Category 5 hurricane on the 28th October. Yet amidst the intense hardship and destruction, the true spirit of our people shone through. Acts of unspoken bravery in the hurricane saved many lives, only to be followed by a whirlwind of philanthropic generosity as Jamaicans at home and abroad got busy in trying to assist our families and fellow citizens who need our help. Containers and barrels of supplies were packed and sent home like never before. Mission after mission to the devastated communities across Jamaica have been made by individuals and organizations from all walks of life. We rallied behind the black, green and gold in a torrent of love, caring and support for our fellow Jamaicans in need. Even as the immense challenges of 2025 continue to affect us, we welcome the new year 2026 with the great determination that defines us as a people. A new year means a chance to turn over a new leaf and make a fresh start by embracing changes that will make us better and stronger. As our nation engages in the immense and difficult journey of trying to bounce back from a catastrophic disaster, the new year springs forth a new momentum to drive the massive effort that is needed to get our country back on her feet again. This past year, the Jamaican people entrusted the opposition with increased responsibility. In the September general election, they increased their support for us by some 100,000 votes and doubled the number of constituencies we represent in Parliament, increasing our members of Parliament to 28. It is therefore clear that many Jamaicans are seeking a different style of leadership that embraces integrity, accountability, accessibility, and responsive governance. Our strengthened position in the Parliament allows us to scrutinize government actions with greater forcefulness and effectiveness as we press for transparency and champion policies that protect the vulnerable and uplift working families. As Jamaica faces this long and hard road to recovery, the parliamentary opposition has sought to play our constitutional role responsibly and constructively amidst the crisis. We recognize that this is a time when national unity is desired and needed. We have avoided any temptation to make political mileage out of this disaster. We speak out on behalf of communities that we represent, passing on vital information so that they can get the support they desperately need. We make suggestions and recommend solutions as the country navigates from relief to recovery. We ask tough questions that need to be answered in the public interest demanding accountability from those who exercise governmental power. As 2026 unfolds, we will remain steadfast in our role, standing with the people and advocating tirelessly on their behalf. We will continue to push for clarity and fairness in the distribution of hurricane relief and support for rebuilding. We will continue to demand transparency and accountability in the use of precious resources for recovery. We will continue to demand decisive action to restore hospitals, schools, vital infrastructure, and damaged communities. We will continue to advocate for farmers whose crops, livestock, and poultry were destroyed, for thousands of small businesses now struggling to reopen, and for the stricken families in need of support. We understand that true leadership is about standing up fearlessly and consistently for the people's interests. The circumstances facing our nation in 2026 present a unique opportunity to restore physical infrastructure and rebuild destroyed housing with greater resilience to withstand future natural disasters. We must empower our people with the practical knowledge on how to ensure that their homes are built back better than before, and support them with the materials they need to do so. In restoring our damaged public assets, whether they be roads, bridges, hospitals, schools, water and electricity systems, we must ensure that we invest to achieve greater climate resilience. We must expand mental health support for the many thousands of our people who are struggling to cope with trauma and loss. But beyond the physical reconstruction lies an even deeper task: rebuilding trust. Trust in each other and trust in those who hold governmental power on our behalf. The Jamaica we are striving to rebuild must be one where investment decisions are people-centered, where opportunities are accessible to our youth and persons with disabilities, where women are empowered, where the elderly are supported, and where vulnerable families are strengthened. Every Jamaican deserves to be treated with dignity and fairness. As leader of the opposition, I reaffirm my commitment to responsible governance, principled leadership, the protection of the people's rights, and to pursue the national interest ahead of all else. Jamaica is not the responsibility of any single individual, political party, corporation, or other institution. National development is a shared mission that calls upon the strength and creativity of each of us. As we enter 2026, let us all live with purpose and kindness in the spirit of national unity. Let us always look out for our neighbor, support local businesses and industries, and be generous to those most affected by the impact of the hurricane. Let us carry forward the lessons of 2025 and always be guided by the truth that we are stronger when we support one another. On behalf of the entire opposition, I extend warm New Year's greetings to you all. May 2026 be a year of healing, renewal, and collective progress. Walk good, stay hopeful, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
My fellow Jamaicans at home and abroad, as we welcome the new year 2026, I extend to you and your families my best wishes for peace, strength, and renewed hope. We enter this new year with deep gratitude, thankful for the gift of life, thankful for the care that has surrounded us, and thankful for the compassion and solidarity shown to us over the past year by Almighty God, by Jamaicans at home and abroad, and by friends across the world. 2025 tested our maturity as a nation. We navigated a general election, embraced the democratic process with maturity, and observed as a new administration settled into its responsibilities, plans, and programs. These are important steps in strengthening our government and our national confidence. Then came Hurricane Melissa, an unprecedented disaster that altered lives, damaged homes, disrupted families, and left deep scars all across the nation, leaving every one of us directly or indirectly affected. And yet, even in that devastation, we saw courage, generosity, and unity rise to meet the moment. As we stand at the threshold of 2026, we must reflect honestly on where we are and look forward with determination to where we must go. This new year calls for a renewed ethos, one of resilience, responsibility, cooperation, and shared sacrifice. Recovery will not be easy, but it is possible. It is possible if we dig deep within ourselves and give our very best in all situations. We are blessed as a nation with faith in Almighty God, blessed with belief in one another, blessed with the support of our families, our friends, our diaspora, and our regional and international partners. But above all, our greatest strength lies within us. Our willingness to work together, to stay the course, and to build back better for generations to come. Our motto is, out of many, one people. Let us live these words, not only in speech, but in action. And as one people, let us recover. As one people, let us move forward. Move forward as we have done since independence. Jamaica has overcome countless challenges, and we have never given up, and we must not give up now. Let us stay together, work together, and build a stronger nation together for ourselves, our families, and those who will come after us. May God bless you, and bless Jamaica, land we love.
Already have a T-tag for your vehicle? Just top it up and go through. You can now conveniently add funds to your T-tag on WhatsApp. Just save our T-tag WhatsApp number 876-355-3336 and send us a message when you want to top up. Top up your T-tag and continue to go through quicker and cheaper on Transjam highways.
Me need that crispy crunchy fried chicken, delicious tantalizing. I figure a better for that chicken cause I'm fantasizing. Yum.
Burn shock, original crispy. Burn shock, Cajun spicy. Burn shock, a barbecue. Burn shock, we are go a burn shock.
Legs and thighs and breasts, oh mine. Legs and thighs and wings, all mine. Sandwiches, wedges, hot and ready.
Burn shock, fried chicken always ready. Burn shock, original crispy. Burn shock, Cajun spicy. Burn shock, a barbecue. Burn shock, we are go a burn shock.
We give God thanks for sparing us to see 2026. And we pause to remember the lives lost to Hurricane Melissa, the third most powerful hurricane ever recorded globally, and the most destructive storm ever to strike Jamaica. In 65 years since 1960, the Atlantic has produced 799 recorded storms. Remarkably, a quarter of them, 201, occurred in just the last decade. Of the 34 Category 5 hurricanes recorded since 1960, 14 have occurred since 2015. And every year since then, Jamaica has been impacted by a weather or climate-related event. Unseasonal rains, flooding, tropical storms, major hurricanes, and on the other extreme, severe drought and record-breaking heat. The climate is changing. Our oceans are warming. Weather events are becoming more frequent, more intense, and more destructive. A once-in-a-50-year event now seems to be happening every 5 years. No one expected Jamaica to be hit by Hurricane Beryl in 2024 and then Hurricane Melissa in 2025, but this is the new global reality. And climate is only one dimension of the uncertainty we face. The global order is also shifting. Geopolitical and geoeconomic maneuverings are reshaping trade, supply chains, peace and security, the multilateral system, and technology. While no one can predict the future with certainty, the analysis is clear. Climate shocks, geopolitical shocks, and economic shocks will create crises in 2026. We must therefore use our strengths, seize our opportunities, overcome our weaknesses, and protect ourselves from the threats that will come. We must prepare to withstand crises, absorb their impacts, and recover quickly. Now, as I look back on almost a decade of leading this country, we have faced multiple, increasingly intense and overlapping crises. From the once-in-a-century COVID-19 pandemic, to global supply chain disruption and inflation, to several major weather events, including 2 major hurricanes, one of them the most devastating in our history. And on the social front, we confronted an epidemic of murders and violence perpetrated by gangs that captured entire communities. Without fear of contradiction, no other Prime Minister and government of Jamaica has faced the number and magnitude of crises that my administration has had to address. And equally, without fear of empirical contradiction, no other administration can show the results of achievements of the last 10 years. Today, I'm pleased to report that approximately 90% of customers island-wide now have electricity, telecommunications, and water restored, including parts of Black River. We have launched an extensive program of school repairs, and we expect all students, especially those preparing for exams, to return to classes using rotational modalities where necessary. Our hospitals are being repaired and brought back online, supported where needed by field hospitals. I want to specially recognize our nurses and doctors who have given unbroken service throughout this disaster, and I extend sincere commendations to all our first responders, the JCF, the JDF, and our emergency teams, who ensured a credible and effective relief response. There was extensive damage to homes, and I know many Jamaicans cannot rebuild on their own or need additional support. Because of the sound economic management of my administration, we are in a position to respond effectively, as we did during COVID-19 with one of the largest direct social care programs in our history, and again after Beryl when over 16,000 Jamaicans received rehabilitation and rebuilding grants. Shortly, we will launch a targeted home repair and household rehabilitation program for persons assessed as being tangibly affected by Hurricane Melissa. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security has already conducted over 50,000 assessments, giving us the critical mass of data needed to begin payments. The JDF, along with volunteer engineering corps from Ghana and Guyana, is already restoring roofs. Modular semi-permanent housing solutions have been ordered to provide shelter for those who have lost their entire homes. My Jamaican family, your government is working tirelessly to ensure the resources are in place to support your recovery. But a crisis also provides a brief window for a turning point. Hurricane Melissa has given us that window, an opportunity to build forward better, both in the affected areas and across nationally strategic infrastructure and economic sectors. To lead this effort, we will establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, with special powers to coordinate a cohesive economic and infrastructure plan for roads, schools, hospitals, security, local government, housing, land regularization, tourism, agriculture, logistics, mining, and the creative industries. This is our opportunity to purposefully build the Jamaica of the future, the Jamaica we all dream of, but which has long been constrained by structures of the past. Because of the strong economic foundation laid by my administration, we have secured over US $6.7 billion in multilateral support for reconstruction and resilience. While this crisis will necessarily increase our debt, we will continue to be frugal and fiscally conservative. Every dollar spent will be geared towards inducing growth, restoring lost jobs, and recovering economic output in the shortest possible time. For more than 40 years, our nation struggled with an epidemic of violence, both organized violence by criminal gangs and social violence across the society. Entire communities were captured and terrorized. Your government responded with Plan Secure Jamaica, transforming and expanding the JCF and the JDF, creating MOCA, tripling the security budget, and implementing states of public emergency and zones of special operations. We can now claim the third consecutive year of decline in murders, 8% in 2023, 19% in 2024, and 42% in 2025. Though approximately 670 Jamaicans were murdered last year, still far too many, we give thanks for the more than 470 lives spared compared to 2024. This is the lowest number of murders in 31 years and well below the psychological barrier of 1,000.
Still waiting for your dream to come true? Maybe it's a tropical island, or hot sands of a mysterious desert, or maybe you dream of dinner in a cozy restaurant in Paris, or the exotic beauty of Southeast Asia. This is the time for action. All you need is a smartphone with which you can book a bus ticket that will take you where you need to go. You can book a seat on the train that will help you get to the next destination of your journey, or buy a plane ticket that gets you to any place in the world quickly and comfortably. And finally, you can book a ferry ticket that will take you to your dream island paradise in the middle of the ocean. Don't wait. Make your dream come true today, because it's really that easy. Visit 12go.asia and start your next travel adventure right now.
Achievement belongs to all of us. It proves that Jamaica can overcome problems once considered impossible to solve, just as we achieved the lowest unemployment in our history, the lowest debt to GDP ratio in 30 years, and no new taxes for the last 10 budgets. We will maintain our vigilant posture against gangs. But we also recognize that violence has become the first resort in too many homes, too many relationships, too many communities. In 2026, our national security strategy will focus heavily on peace building in homes, in schools, and in communities, as we work to purge our society of violent tendencies and dysregulated behaviors. Now, the hurricane also exposed another long-standing challenge: waste management. Our changing lifestyle and consumption patterns have increased the volume and types of waste we generate. This year, we will begin divesting garbage collection, mainstreaming waste separation in public institutions, and instituting a ticketing system for public sanitation and littering. As we make Jamaica safer, we must also make Jamaica cleaner and more beautiful. We continue to deliver on our commitments. You recall the debt reset program. The government has directed the Student Loan Bureau to execute this program to ease the burden of student financing, with hundreds already starting to benefit. The SPARK program continues across Jamaica, with approximately 200 roads completed or under construction. Our logistics hub build-out continues apace. New hotels are rising, and damaged hotels are rebuilding better. And agriculture will be a major focus in 2026, with investments in irrigation, storage, and agri-parks strengthening our food security. The year behind us tested our nation in profound ways. Hurricane Melissa reminded us that development without future-proofing carries real cost, and that resilience is never accidental. It must be deliberately designed, properly financed, and responsibly governed. Yet Jamaica enters this new chapter on stronger footing than at any other time in our history. Our economy is more stable. Our public finances are better managed. Our institutions are more credible. We have strengthened our capacity to respond to shocks, whether economic, climatic, or social. Let us use this foundation not only to rebuild, but to reimagine Jamaica. Let this new year be defined by clarity of purpose, steadiness of effort, and confidence in our shared future. Let us continue building communities that are safer, more beautiful, homes that are stronger, and an economy that works for all Jamaicans. I wish you and your families a year of health, opportunity, peace, and prosperity, as we rebuild our nation to be stronger and more resilient. May God bless each of you, and may God bless Jamaica land we so deeply love.
Traders, prop firms aren't a risk-free way to trade, but this one might be. Let me explain. You're still paying £300, £400, £500 up front. You should be using Turbo Trade. You can choose an account from 10K all the way up to 200K for just $8.88. And you only pay the rest if you actually pass the account. The actual challenge is a simple one-step evaluation with a 6% profit target, 80% reward split, and you have unlimited time to complete it. This should be the standard way every prop firm works, and there's no reason you shouldn't give this a try.
In today's complex enterprise environments, seamless communication is critical. When systems fail, productivity plummets and satisfaction drops, creating costly disruptions. IR simplifies communication complexity with complete visibility of your ecosystems, letting you solve problems before they escalate. Create great employee experiences and customer interactions when it matters most with IR.
Alright, my good people, welcome to the platform. Now, I am glad that Perry Cummings Jr., make sure that you guys go and check out his platform, literally. The name is Perry Cummings Jr., ladies and gentlemen. You cannot miss it. Once you type in Perry Cummings Jr., one word, you will find him. Now, in this video, I am going to highlight two things, conversations and arguments that he had surrounding the NWC and the garbage collection, ladies and gentlemen. NSWMA and NWC. We live in a country where they say it's prosperous. But, you know, honestly, how can you have prosperity when you have problems collecting garbage? How can you have prosperity when you don't have enough garbage trucks? How can you have prosperity when your roads are not properly fixed? How can you have prosperity when your hospital them have garbage pack up in them and it's not properly being removed? I mean, how can you have prosperity when half of the population, no, scratch that, 3/4 to almost 100% of the population does not know what a vacation feels like, looks like, sound like? They've never been on one, ladies and gentlemen. Never been on a vacation. The closest thing that most Jamaicans have been on, that's where vacation is concerned, is when holiday come and you see them go from one parish to the next and them go on a river or something like that, or the ocean. And even the oceans are being locked off by the government. Yes, even the oceans lack accessibility. So where's the prosperity? I don't know. I don't see it. But I think we should start with making sure that running water is in everybody's pipes. I would think that is a basic standard of prosperity, where running water is in everybody's pipes. What do you guys think? A basic necessity would be, in my opinion, for you to have the garbage being collected, and Perry is going to explain why. Let's hear this, ladies and gentlemen.
For change, that's what we have to do. It is a disgrace. So I know a lot of persons are saying, well, Perry, you should be happy that water is restored. Of course I'm happy. I'm happy that persons are getting water. But it is a disgrace that people had to block the roads in order to see change. Why? Why have we settled? Why did we settle for this type of
We need some milk!
where people have to constantly block road, have placards and do all sort of things in order to see change? It shouldn't be. You have to block road and demonstrate. You have to block road, demonstrate, burn tire. People living in fear because they're saying, see, the people them head get mad now. And that is what is going to push you as a service provider to act. I'm not satisfied. That's not the type of leadership and service that I believe we should be getting in this country. It should be more than that. You should be happy to serve. If people are paying their water bills, water is a necessity. And ladies and gentlemen, for 2026, I said it yesterday, if we are going to allow these service providers to feel as if that in order for us to get the service that we deserve as beautiful people of Jamaica, if we are going to normalize this kind of behavior, we ought to be blamed as well. If we are going to allow and facilitate an atmosphere that fosters reactive service from these service providers and government, then we are to be blamed. We are part of the problem too. Because some of us, we don't see it fit to get service outside of the demonstrations and the protests. We are also a part of the problem because we're a part of the culture. We've helped to cultivate that culture in Jamaica. In order to see change, we have to burn entire black road. God forbid it. We don't vandalize and hurt people in order for people to act. We are a part of the problem too. We shouldn't have to do that to see change. Let us normalize receiving effective service outside of the parameters of blocking road, going down into disgrace and animalistic behavior.
Legs and thighs and breasts, all mine. Legs and thighs and wings, all mine. Sandwiches, wedges, hot and ready. Burn chuck, fried chicken, always ready. Burn chuck, original crispy. Burn chuck, Cajun spicy. Burn chuck, a barbecue. Burn chuck, we are go a burn chuck.
So National Water Commission, I don't know if you heard us yesterday or you heard the people of Rose Heights, but they certainly got some attention. I want to tell you that there are other persons in Rose Heights who still don't have water. They are over here on the perspective tonight. So don't come and try to make it seem as if you're doing all of this work. It is a disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourselves. As soon as the road fix, in quotation marks, I'm going to put that as well. You guys come and dig up the road to lay pipe. Such a reactive service in our country. When are we going to really take a stand so that these people can change the way in which they do things? In Kitson Town as well. I've heard in Kitson Town that people had to basically...
You know, a perfect example of what Perry is talking about, you know, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the road down by, I spoke about it yesterday, the road down by Browser. What's that place called again? Man, Browser, or Bows, or Bowden, Bowen, I think it's Bowen. The light post is in the middle of the road. And JPS is blaming, saying we're not fully responsible. We're only partially responsible. So there's a widening of the road project. The road is widened, but the posts were not removed before the road was widened. The road even paved some parts of it. You saw light posts in the middle of the road. Ladies and gentlemen, persons fatal, they lost their lives in accidents because of those light posts. And at night, there's no lighting. The little reflectors then when they're panning, not enough for you to see clearly, to all the place pitch dark. This is what we're talking about. We allow the government to operate in such a way without any real checks and balances. Because you gave them 2 terms and they were operating in that way, and then you gave them a 3rd term, so you told them that, listen, we love how you are managing the country. It is the best it has ever been, so continue. So guess what they did? They continued. It's your fault. It's your fault, Jamaica. Let's continue.
And the protest and the cry out to get a section of the main road fixed. Why is it that in order to see excellence in our country from our leadership, people have to resort to aggravating them spirit, raising up them blood pressure? This is not productive. This is not good for the citizens. People have to aggravate themselves and become so emotionally distressed in order to see change. It's a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. And we cannot accept that type of leadership in 2026. I refuse to believe that this is the way forward. We have to aggravate ourselves. We have to become angry every time. We have to block road. Listen to me, man. Those operations are for failing states. Am I to believe that Jamaica is becoming a failing state? In recent times, ladies and gentlemen, people have been comparing Jamaica to Haiti and other places. Should I believe that Jamaica is becoming a failing state? Another time we'll talk to you about the different types of states.
No, Perry, I don't think we're becoming a failing state. I think we are a failing. I think we are a failed state. I have done live streams already where the thumbnail said a failed state. Under Andrew Onis and the Jamaica Labour Party, Jamaica is a failed state. Failure in so many different capacities. But let's continue.
That we have across our global community. And I want to put Jamaica in a category. Another time we'll do that bit of discussion.
Hey y'all, please
because
remember
if we are not
like
careful, ladies
I
and
know y'all
gentlemen,
coming sometimes.
Jamaica will continue on a trajectory to fail as a government
the like button,
and as a state.
And share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard?
We'll have to get piped water. Then what type of development are we boasting about? Where is the prosperity? Don't tell me about the multi-million-dollar investments that will be coming from overseas that the average man cannot tap into. Don't tell me about the garbage trucks that you guys spend millions of dollars to get. Don't tell me about all the other things that you guys grandstand about in Parliament. If the people don't have access to water, then it doesn't make any sense. If people have to be blocking road for water, where is the prosperity? My God, it's 2026. In the next couple of hours, the next few hours, basically, and you're telling me at the end, at the very latter part of 2025, people have to be blocking road to get water?
What can go?
And I must be happy with that. It's a disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about disgrace, now, I saw
He needs some milk.
garbage trucks. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me if I'm telling a lie. No? I saw a lot of garbage trucks recently being procured to tackle the catastrophic reality that we're facing when it comes to garbage. Jamaica is a nasty country. And we have a nasty government. Remember that recently, it was over by the Ministry of Health. People were crying out because there were garbage bags piled up behind hospitals. Remember, it was recently. It was so nasty, disgusting. It was a health hazard. Jamaica is nasty. Garbage pile up, sparks, outbreak fears in Black Stone Edge. And of course, people must be fearful. People need to understand that when you have uncollected garbage piling up, it has to break down. Let's get into the bit of science. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have garbage, whether it is disposable food disposed that you don't want anymore and you throw it away, whether it is some people actually dispose of dead animals too in a lot of these places. I'm just trying to let you understand how serious the situation is. When you have all of that taking place, the things have to break down. Remember that everything, right, must go back to where it come from, So the dead rats, when them tie up in the garbage, some of them tie up all dead dog too. My God. The food that will attract the rodents, the food that will attract all manner of things, those things will begin to break down.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help.
All sort of things like maggots and things of that nature. And what do you think is going to happen? When the flies go and pitch up on all of those things that are breaking down, and they take the germs elsewhere. Studies show that one fly, listen to what, one fly can carry thousands of bacteria. And when the fly pitch from out of the garbage and pitch upon your food in your house, and you eat that and you get sick, ladies and gentlemen, understand what I am saying. I mean that Montego Bay, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. So why are we accepting this as prosperity? Don't talk to me about prosperity, Andrew Holness-led administration, if you can't keep the place clean. Now, I'm not just going to be there.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help.
I have to be people who are also nasty as well. Because you have people, ladies and gentlemen, who don't know how to dispose of garbage properly. Some people are not even practicing proper recycling methods. So it's a twofold thing. You have the government, they have failed. They have failed significantly in ensuring that garbage is being collected promptly. But I don't want to leave out some of the people who are just downright nasty. Nobody is willing to find a bin and put the garbage in. Cleanliness is next to godliness.
What can
disease can break out if we're not careful? So both the government and the people, the citizens, we must take greater care in how we dispose of our garbage. Because sometimes people eat, them throw or drink, them just throw the things them in the gully. You remember how Spanish Town was nasty? Recently, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, it was a disgrace. When you go to Spanish Town recently, before, I don't know, is what caused some amount of movement to take place. But it's not so bad now. But a month ago, I believe, Spanish Town was nasty. The nasty sewage water was seeping up through the drains, mixed with the garbage, the rats and everything. My God, and people had to be passing that, because if you know anything about Spanish Town, that stretch there where the Texaco gas station is, where Tasties is on the left hand, depending on where you're coming from. KFC is right there. We're talking about food places right around that thing there. The patty place, the pizza place, the Popeyes place there, so KFC right there, so the gas station right there, so people selling right there, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's serious, you know. And we have to reevaluate some things, because say for instance, you have a restaurant or establishment. If inside your restaurant should become in a way that is low to the standards of health standards, right? You know, when you're going into areas where you have to deal with food, you have to have your food and glass permit. If you have an establishment, the establishment need to be free of certain things that have to be clean. That you have a proper cleaning schedule to avoid the attraction of rodents. Now, how can you do that when the outside of the building, the city that the government is responsible for, have all these sewage and garbage uncollected? How can those places hold that standard? And then what does that mean for the citizens that actually buy the food from there? Or should the citizens buy the food from there? That's a personal decision that you guys have to make. for your own health or lack thereof. You don't want to compromise your health, yes? But it just goes further to show you the responsibility of the government, because these businesses pay taxes. Tell you boy.
Now the expectation was that leptospirosis would come to the fore, but we could have had greater control of the outbreak if we had a proactive government and proactive agencies. NEPA, don't care who you be, the powers that be, those who are in authority, those who are directly and indirectly responsible for our cleaning efforts as a country. My God, have some pride and ensure that the people can live in a clean environment. We have to ensure that we spend proper money wisely to ensure that we have clean environment.
Something right now, wisdom warriors. Something is not right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must pause to say rest in peace
Something right now
to the legend, to a legend
right.
in
Tell about them.
No, we're not going to further into this. You guys can go and check out Mr. Perry Cummings Jr. page. Let me just click on it right here to show you for more interesting perspectives on the ins and the outs and the happenings of what's going on in Jamaica. Adi, may I tell you what can go so? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Like up the live, share up the live. So about Bolo VNR 2.0 and Bolo VNR clips will be posted either way. Follow me on all platforms, guys. It's imperative that you do. Yes, it is. It's quite imperative that you do. Follow me on all platforms. Bolo TBV, Bolo VNR, Bolo VNR 2.0 and Bolo VNR clips. I might do some name changes because in the search bar it's going to be tough for you to find these other platforms because one platform is already dominant. So I'm thinking about some name changes, ladies and gentlemen. Some acronyms and some name changes. So look out for that. Blessings to you. And if you don't see me in a video or live stream this evening, Happy New Year. Bless you and your family. God Almighty is in control. So look to Him to have control of your life as well. So to keep you and your family safe, yes? And that goes for everybody. Sooner or later, my people, that is it.
Because sometimes the leaders tend to believe that it is about them. And they are hurt, and they're this, and they're that, and they run off and do their thing. No more of that! No more of that! No more of that! This is one party, and I have taken a year, and I have been very accommodating. I have tried to build consensus. I have worked with everyone. I have embraced everyone. But now is work time, and those who have an issue, leave.
I see somebody in the chat room write something, and I would love for you to call. Person saying at one point interest rate was at 49%, and Ralston said Omar was the greatest finance minister. Shake my head.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me explain to Mr. Shake my head.
Yes.
Yeah, because maybe he don't understand the history. When Omar Davies became finance minister in 1992, inflation was 90% because the economy was just liberalized. The JLP administration under Mr. Seaga had agreed with the IMF and the World Bank to liberalize the economy, right? When the PNP administration took power in 1989, Jamaica's reserve were minus, more than hear that, because you can't tell me nothing about them things, I want to just come, minus $500 million. You follow me?
That's the international reserve. So we never have no money. We owe $500 million.
We never have no money. Yeah, we were underwater. So when the administration came, the JLP just ran into problem with the IMF because the JLP, until Nigel Clark, after Peter Phillips come under the heavy lifting, until Nigel Clark come, The JLP never successfully concluded an IMF agreement yet, you know. Never.
But they have never ever brought down the debt to GDP before that since 1979.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. So when I said to you that them couldn't pass the IMF agreement, they've never successfully completed an IMF agreement yet. So when Michael Malley and try to re-engage the IMF, the man them tell him, so what the condition for the re-engagement is to liberalize the economy.
Yes.
You with me?
Yes.
Yeah. So they have to follow through with that. So when they follow through with that, as we said, inflation jumped to 90%. Mr. Siaga also contributed to that because when he was leaving, he went to the Bank of Jamaica. Mr. Siaga had what we call a bogus auction.
Yeah.
Where him used to hold the dollar at $5.50. It was market determined like what happened right now.
Yes.
So when him was leaving, go over BOJ and say, yo, this thing have a bust now, right?
Yeah.
So all that came in and inflation jumped to 90%. So when Omar Davis came in,
so Siaga went over Bank of Jamaica and actually badmouthed the government.
Precisely, as usual. He always do that. Yep. So when the man them try to re-engage the IMF now, as I said, the man them say have to liberalize the foreign exchange market. Dollar dropped from 5.50 to 21. Yeah. Boop. And inflation zipped to 90%. So when Omar Davis came in, them have this thing them called sharp shock. They have to jack up the interest rates fast in order to try to control the inflation that was going on.
Yeah.
That is why the thing jumped around. Fast forward now.
Hold on. How high interest rate got into?
It went to where I talk about
49%.
Because after that,
did it go to 60%?
Yep.
Did interest rate go to 60% at any time under Omar Davis?
No, the treasury bill rate was 49%, and then when the financial sector crisis started, now them jack up the overdraft rate because all of the banks them, some of the same man them we talk about with SSL now, them used to go to the Bank of Jamaica. One of the reasons that them make the Bank of Jamaica independent, them man they used to go to the Bank of Jamaica and borrow liquidity in order to run them operations after them take the people their money and do all kind of things, build all kind of building and them things. Next thing more explain. In the banking system, you have what you call demand deposits and you have time deposits. Demand deposits means if you go to the bank now and deposit your money, you're supposed to be able to come back to the door and tell them, say, why your money back?
Same
That's
time.
why they call it demand deposit.
Same time. Yeah.
Yeah, them man they take the people their money and tie it up in a concrete and steel, Crown Plaza, Guardian Building, the Mutual Life Towers and all of them things, and then go to the Bank of Jamaica and borrow money from the Bank of Jamaica. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So that is what I want. So basically now, after that thing, despite the financial sector crisis, by 2007, Jamaica's net international reserves moved from minus 500 million to 2.4 billion. So for move something from minus 500 million to 2.4 billion, that's an increase of 2.9 billion, almost 3 billion.
Yes, yeah? So that's an increase of what, about 500%? Precisely.
Despite things that the debt to GDP ratio dropped from 262% under Mr. Siaga to 115% in 2007 when the Bruce Golden administration took place. So I have to call in at the chat room to take 115 from 262 and see how much that comes down by.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm inflation was 90% when he took over. When they believe inflation was 5%.
So when Omar took over in 92, inflation was 90%.
Yeah.
When he left, it was at 5%.
Yeah. Poverty was 34%. When he left, poverty was 9%. The fiscal deficit was 9% when he took over. When he leave, it was 5%. Jamaica never successfully completed no IMF agreement before him come. When him come, Jamaica paid off the IMF and never go back to the IMF from 1995 until 2010 when the Bruce Golden administration mismanaged the Great Recession and got Jamaica locked out of the international capital market. That was the last time the economy grew by 3%. So tell him go back and do more when he come on the program.
Come on, but you see him on the come with half of the story.
Yeah, man.
For him, the half has never been told him just here the other half. Because somebody tell him that interest rate was at 49%, but they never tell you why. Now you hear why.
Yeah, so as Bob Marley said, they say what we know is just what they tell us. So what him knows, that's what them tell him.
Yeah, man. So him ignorance has just been educated. Yes. We have a call on Let me take the call.
It's an exaggerated reality. It's not the first. It's not the first. Many who have criticized Mr. Holness have been arrested and publicized on the internet.
Help. We hear the
We need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Portland Spice TV, we get that clip here from. Boy, may I tell you, I never know these things. You know, Rasta man break down that situation, ladies and gentlemen. I have a different type of appreciation now for the former finance minister of the People's National Party. Especially in that time. I don't want to not ramp with that brother there, you know. I have to go sit on one side, you know. Yeah, man, all of the political false historian them. Yeah, we have to start putting the context, because Rasta man out here, and I teach and I preach. I truth alone me interested in us still, you know. Enough people, them only business about green orange. I don't really business about the green or the orange, I just business about the truth. But anyway, follow Portland Spice TV right there, so follow me as well on all of my platforms, them ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, right? Let me know what you think in the comment section. That was a teachable moment. One Ralston man, Portland Spice TV, Colin Bell. Zane, you know where go. Then get it. Yeah man, like, share and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. That is where it's at. Alright, 2026. We're not really putting a limit on the channel, but you see the aim for January. Yeah man, we need to go 50,000 subs. 50,000 subs, guys. And get that video up to 10,000 likes and 5,000 shares. Alright? The word is love. Peace. Alright, my people. So in this one, you know, somebody sent this video to me. Very alarming, I have to say. Extremely alarming. Yes? So, let me take this off of the screen. Extremely alarming, guys. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
Oh no, you're here. That's why I say no chat to none of them. Because if you not get in the come, no open your mouth and talk to nobody else. Because they nasty and no soldier kill your baby. And then they for an investigation. Because they nasty and soldier kill the pitney and now. Because if you with your naked eyes see soldier kill your pitney, no investigation on the fear. I'm sorry, God was not live, man. I know you can't see one soldier be a police in a face. And they know what they can do. 4-year-old, what kind of fame when you get off of being 4-year-old? Not over 0 strike to do nothing.
Or we stop blocking the road, we're gonna block.
No, sir, we want to block.
What if you black? Mr. Choop and big fire night? So then clear if you black pan.
What kind of human being like we you could have been when you hear the woman, the boss say the baby get shot and you're running by the woman and still the fire shot in a woman house? Because you want full force poor people and I will see one have to walk with blood and with sweat and with tears. The piano sometimes we don't get well with money and we see tax come outside. The piano become kill up with future pitney them. You know wicked man, wickedness can't done. I know we kill no father, I know we kill no mother, I know going our police post to come take out to the rat, I know fret from poor people, I know love poor people and deal with poor people better.
We want justice.
Wickedness.
Justice we want.
4-year-old can't do that, so no could have the arty girl ball out say, if baby get shot and still in a woman yard, the fire shot in a woman house. Kick off the woman door and kick them out of house and go look you no one look for man. Come on now man, if 4-year-old life got shot because of carelessness and professionalism. Not too wicked man. The baby could have died, maybe could have used one and none. If you know when hear when he get the first shot, but if you know when just listen the baby that might be there. You know show out the whole of the pitney organ. Oh no wicked and unprofessional. Come on now man, a wickedness man. Wickedness. I'm not busy about nobody else. Like how me feel the people 4-year-old baby. Come here a baby too.
So, wanna see what I go on this, ladies and gentlemen. Right? And me I tell you say, there's no words to describe this more than what we want the people to realize is this. We must not wait until this reach our doorstep for us to be outraged. Once it happened to one Jamaican, it happened to every Jamaican. It is a trend with the JDF and the JCF. It has been trending from last year. The numbers don't lie. The highest execution, we call them, you know? The highest execution of Jamaican life has happened in 2025, and today is the 1st of January, and that trend has continued starting off the year. But now it's a baby, right? And the only thing the people them know for do a block the road. We really want the Jamaican people to educate themselves, you know. People who need to sign the Magnitsky Act. You need to sign the Magnitsky Act. You understand what I'm saying? And let me just take the time out to go and show the Magnitsky Act as a matter of fact. You need to sign it. The thing I get out of hand now, brethren. Right? Thing is getting way out of hand now. You don't need to sign it. I'm sure say there is somewhere. See it here? Yes. Here it is. I can't even believe that we are at 3,886. See it here, when you click the link and anybody want the Magnitsky Act, what does it say here? Implement the Magnitsky Act to challenge corruption and human rights violation in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of blocking the road, call me. My number 876-451-6535. That's 876-451-6535. Link me on WhatsApp, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, me walk on through signing this. You put in your name, whatever, right? And them something there, right? You put in your name. And you put in your email and you press sign. Share the link with, you don't have to donate. Do not donate to this. There's a donate option. Skip past it. Do not donate to this. I repeat, do not donate to this. This is something that Mr. Will Rattigan put together. But me I endorse it because it need to be endorsed. The man them need 10,000 votes. The man them need 10,000 votes, ladies and gentlemen. You have to fight this with the pen, paperwork. Use the powers that is there that benefit you. The Magnitsky Act benefit the people. So we can challenge the corruption and the human rights violation in Jamaica. All they know you're doing. They have been many. And there's another thing we want to share that become a look on this. Look on this.
Yeah? Jamaica, with that shady grove where things are shady.
Big up Shady Grove, East and Spring. One.
Yeah. See them there? One of them there. And you see lady, running shop. Big up yourself. She sell everything. Every destroyer you want is here. She sell off. Destroyer, killer, everything sell you so. Big up on yourself. One love. We are doing it. And now we can have some things for the children them and some all the way up on top of our hill them. Uncle God will know we reach up there so. But we love them, the energy real. Enough people down here on the tarpaulin. We care about board, zinc, stone, every flipping thing for the house. You hear me tell you? Dayton Campbell. Yeah, Campbell. People they want to see you. People they want to see you. And me know say you get basket for can water. But the people they still want to see you with the basket. Straight. We need the people them need things on here. Enough people are source of tarpaulin in the top of the roof. When rain fall, the water drip through tarpaulin. You understand what I'm saying?
Right now breeze blow off you have to your
Yeah, man, the people that want it. And today is the 30th of December. So all I want to talk about the people them straight and the people them are right. And if we go back to school, the people them not straight. The people them want things. You understand what I say? And not make up things. You know what I tell you? People them want things. People, no, people can't left. Tell me again. People can't left no shelter.
With their babies.
Today is the 30th of December and they talk about people alright and people can come out of shelter and go where?
You see all the man there, you see all the youth there, so I can't grow him asleep and
This a man here. This a man here. See that? See that? Them say dirt he must sleep on. Dirt! Today is the 30th of December. 30th.
Buy that tomorrow.
And swallow light.
Man say I don't like nothing, brother.
No, hold on. Me have one little light in the back of the car now. Long time I've been in and I don't know if you get. You have 13 hours worth of charge. I'm going to give you.
Right, that's all.
And it bright like a morning star. And not only that, me I come back here so come make sure so you get sitting for sleep on that. Yeah? Bless up on yourself. One love. Yeah, big up on yourself. Everybody. One love. Everybody. Jamaica. But that shady grove where things are.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the reality is quite different and quite grim. Right? Them people are in our area in Westmoreland where it's far to reach them. Right? Them need all different type of help. You the man say the man asleep on the dirt. Yo, I'm telling you something, man. After 2 months, Christmas all pass and people still in them type of condition here. And the government have billions of dollars sit down pan. Billions. But I talk about them like a church. If the church them wanna help the people, and the good church them and the right church them wanna give money, I not have a problem. Me personally not have a problem with the government that give church them money. If it was the church them will help people. Me personally not have a problem. Some people talk broad brush and broad brush church, but I will not do that. Because I know better. You have real good proper men and women of God out there that have churches that help people. But you see set of people them where you see come and defend against Warmington and attack against Warmington. Them not ready, bro. Them not ready. Everybody a talk about them. And people them in the street a talk about them. People them up on the internet a talk about them. And them make it bad for the real churches. You understand? I tell a boy, me I tell you the thing I cut me deep. Baby, I get unalive by a soldier. 4-month-old, bro, or 4-year-old. Yo, Jaja youth. And you see, you remember when we come out and I raise your voice in concert, you remember? 4-year-old baby, remember when you come out and I raise your voice in concert about the violence against people and the police them for wear body cam. Well, the soldier them have to wear body cam too, you know. When them run operation, yeah man, have to wear body cam, man. We need body cam for everybody. All our skullduggery need to stop. All our madness need to stop. Everybody needs to wear body cam. Right? The country, we have a problem with fertility, or babies being born, or women having the willingness to bring forth children. Enough. Right? It has been a concern. Big concerns have been raised. Me see all when name Christopher Tufton put out ad say if you have fertility problem or if something whatever what you need to do and all of this. It is a real concern, and you have JDF soldier out here I do this and police I take down. Yo, me tell you something, man. People, if collectively And me I talk to everybody, I'll labor right them. If you don't continue and act like say this is okay, I will not go wait till you reach on the doorstep before you tell the government, and not just tell the government and demand the government for real change. You are going to be the mother and the father that will face this same judgment right also, or even worse. Only God's intervention alone me I'm hopeful for. And God know best. God know best. If I have to tear down the altar them and him have to carry earthquake and come mash up Jamaica, so be it. For Jamaica change into the country where it's supposed to change back into. And if at that in need to wake up the people them, if the people them under slumber spiritually, because we wrestle with not flesh. If at that we need, if I saw it have to go, so be it. So be it. God, you know best. Yeah man, there's somebody with it man. God, you know best. This is out of control. This is out of hand. Totally out of hand. You have to stop. You have to stop. Can't continue. Jamaica, it cannot continue. It has to stop. Have to stop. Believe. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Share this so we can raise awareness about these types of things. And I am calling on all Jamaicans, forget about the politician them. I am calling on every single well-thinking Jamaican. Everyone I know. Time come now, man. Time come long time. But you don't miss the clock. September turn and you miss the clock. So here we go on. We have to raise up. Raise up now, education wise. Like I said, sign the MAGNITSKY Act, right? And start to listen to the real people them. And the more importantly, want to seek God for yourself and ask God for guidance in this season. Because it come like a be a demons Lego in Jamaica. Be a demons, high level demons Lego in Jamaica. You ever know? You know what I think, yeah, man. It's something thing madness, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, welcome to the platform. Why may I tell you so right now? Wow. Wow.
By January next year, the government is hoping to begin making cash payments to some victims of Hurricane Melissa. Labour and Social Security Minister Pernell Charles Jr. gave an update earlier last week.
A team of volunteers, field officers, social workers and select individuals have been going from door to door assessing households damaged by Hurricane Melissa.
How many people are in the home? Who's the head of the household? Are they working? Are they going to school? Do they now have a roof? What assets have they lost? How is this going to impact their ability to eat?
So far, over 57,000 households have been assessed. Just over 21,000 have minor damage, close to 20,000 major damage, and over 9,200 totally destroyed. The plan is to boost the pool of assessors to 600 to quickly examine another 117,000 households.
Once the assessment is done, the assessment provides the government with a beneficiary list, meaning a list of persons who have been verified as impacted in the household or households impacted by Hurricane Melissa. So if Guyana, who Prime Minister has negotiated with, and they've come to assist us with 200 odd roof repairs, when Guyana comes and they connect with our JDF, it is from that list that those homes or households are pulled, and then it is verified to see whether they fit the criteria for their roof to be repaired.
Labour Minister Pernell Charles Jr. says that same list will be used to select persons for cash grants.
Similar to what we did last time, we did 50, 150, 400, and it's around that region that we're looking at a little bit more for the three categories based on minor, major, and totally destroyed. We are finalizing now the modality for our cash grant delivery, and that will be started in January. We are hoping for January.
To start payout? There's also a partnership with the World Food Programme and UNICEF.
It is important for us to make sure that we get it right, particularly because we're coupling this with the grants that have been already delivered through our partners, World Food Programme, UNICEF, and also to make sure that we are targeting the persons who have not already, for instance, gotten their roof repaired. So it's not as simple as just handing grants. It's a logistics process that requires significant coordination.
Alright, so this video was 3 hours ago, right? But mighty God, big up Atafai Press, she made me aware of this video with 3 weeks ago. This was said 3 weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen, by Mr. Colin Bell on Portland Spice TV. Yes, go make sure you go subscribe, alright? And listen to the argument, because I'm in total agreement with the outrage, the righteous outrage of Colin Bell. This is ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. This government is absolutely ridiculous.
3 or 8, so 18 days ago, we said this.
By way of proper data collection, there, you know, you would also be undergoing. We're not talking this nonsense over here, Colonel Charles, Junior Minister of Labour, so people are sending information electronically when people don't even have connectivity. It's one of the most nonsensical ideas I'm seeing. I see it on social media out there and things like that. I don't know that Colonel Charles could be saying that at this time.
We also give him an idea. We also have an idea for him, Obi, where we are saying the people who are out of a job down on the West, the hotel workers, the call center workers, teachers who are not severely impacted and can go work. Put 2,000 or 3,000 people in the field for the next 7 days, working days, 7 working days, and you'll be able to pick up a lot of the data that you need in quick time so that you can start responding to the people. We said it.
Absolutely, Colin. And remember now.
We said it. We said it right here. The minister said they monitor social media. And if they're not monitoring Portland Spice TV, they're not monitoring. This is not Gossip Channel and Ray Channel. So a lot of the Ray no go on here, so. This is the people's business that we discuss here. Jamaica's business. Not PNP business and not GLP business, but Jamaica's business. PNP and GLP are but a tool in the people's hand that they should use to ensure that the business of this country is conducted properly, transparently, with accountability, active, nimble. The collection of the data should have been complete. The minister said January. Doesn't that bring a outrage to January before you know what happened to all of the people them down there what them need to do? Brother, a 500 people you have now. I tell you a long time, 2,000 to 3,000 employed people. What voluntary you're talking about? It can't be voluntary. 7 days you need to take and complete the collection of this data, sir. 7 days. 7. 2,000 to 3,000 people. And if you go back and watch that program on the 25th of November, I also stated, some of women area say no, that workers from Portland, St. Thomas, Kingston, from the Ministry of Labour should be brought down to the West, put them on the ground. At the time, the teachers that was not working, that was not going out to school, they should have been employed or sent out because they would have already been paid, and collect the data. This is what we're talking about when we come here and say we speak truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Come on, man. Colin Bell is brilliant. What you just suggested, there's no way you can say, oh, it's not feasible. This video was 3 weeks ago, and November 5th is what he's talking about. So you're talking about a month and a few days ago. This man gave the ultimate suggestion. The assessments could have been done already even before Christmas. If it took him a month, the assessments would have been done. People would have been getting back their houses fixed, roofs fixed in the last, from 25 of December, that are 6 days plus. In the last 11 days, 12 days, would have had massive amount of people in the right spaces with their houses. If he had followed this man and done it in a week, have 3,000 people hired, use the teachers them that was not working. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, we will all well-thinking Jamaicans, we're going to look back at this one day and we're going to say, wow, these guys really was dragging their feet. Let's continue.
This is what we talk about when we come here and say, give us vision, lest we perish. Knowledge send us. Heavenly Father, grant us true wisdom from above. That is what we're talking about. Of course. You work at your own ledge and nobody can tell you when to go, when not to go. Something serious like this, you beg people to do. And you say the government have money. Come down. Come down. What do you hear the minister say? At January, the end of January. That assessment should have been finished by the end of November. So the people can get government response. The government cannot respond properly without the data. Been telling you no. And some clowns out there, clowns, but they are vloggers and bloggers, paid by the party to sing them song. You come on media, behaving like you're practicing journalism, claiming the name of a vlogger and blogger. When you come and say it, that people don't mistake you for broadcasters and journalists. You're neither. For vlogger and blogger. When you come and say it, that people don't mistake you for broadcasters or journalists. You're neither. The fourth estate carries a responsibility to hold government accountable. The fourth estate, that's the media. So if you're coming with Ray and yeah, come with your Ray and make everybody know, say, yo, the things that mommy talk not really serious, but just chat to me, feel like, yeah, this is my views and I'm feeling. Yeah, come with that. And say that. But don't come here like when I defend people when you are paid by a political party. You are paid by operatives of political parties. Or you're blinded by your dumbness. Or you're back aside. You're back aside when no matter what the danger to other people, your side is always right.
Man, I don't know how I missed this video, bro. Lord have mercy. Top man. This man preaching the gospel. Huh? This is leadership. Man, shout out to Colin Bell, man. Lord have mercy.
Make the people know what you're about. This cannot be my people. It can't be. Cannot be. That we are at a place where the government at this time does not really know the real situation on the ground. And when we say the government that moves slow, this is what we are talking about. The people them not have to suffer so long. The people them must suffer too long. And government is saying to you that we still don't have the data. And challenge me, anybody, that government can operate properly without the data. The same urgency in restoring electricity or more should have been put in obtaining the data, who damage, how much people damage, we have diabetes, so the government can't even put a system in place where keep diabetic medication, yes, up on refrigeration, so you can get it. Our ambulance going to certain area every day. Go give some people who forget insulin, the injection. We have to keep our fridge. Government don't know how much of them they in no community. I want to come here and chat about governance. Go sit down and you can get it. Our ambulance going to certain area and yes, up on refrigeration, so you can get it. Our ambulance going to certain area every day. Go give some people who forget insulin, the injection. We have to keep our fridge. Government don't know how much of them they in no community. I want to come here and chat on the crap and don't know nothing about governance. Go sit down. Governance is not politics. And both Andrew Holness, Darrell Vaz, Christoph and those who are hyping the Minister of Finance need to know that it's time to govern, not time to politic. Politicking time is not now. The crap people in life. Where wanna come from? Where wanna come from? You must listen. No one is the reservoir of all information or all knowledge. That's why early in the piece, you said it, Mr. Prime Minister, the opposition leader said it, all hands are required to be on deck for the people. This came at an opportune time when the election just done, so you're not fret about election for the next 4 or 5 years. What this shows is a lack of leadership, Mr. Prime Minister, because you're politicking at a time when you need to govern. You see me?
Right now, I'm not even make that the idiot they will call him come on my platform of laws and security. You know? Yeah, man. Yeah, I said it. The man come on and I laugh at a serious time. When the man supposed to, yo, like a real thing. The man are talking to people. See the video there. I can't believe it's December 13th. See it there? I can't believe I missed the live stream. See there? On November 25th, I remember when he called out the Minister of Labour, saying the man never drag them foot. The assessment them could have done in a 1 week, brother. And a joke. Even on a level where in terms of after the assessment, having the people ready to start build. The builders community. You understand? The professional them. The man them should have ready, bro. The man them should have ready. You understand? Total disappointment, fam. Total disappointment. But as you can see, the video we play with I'm gonna play it again too. You know, I play it before I leave. This was 3 hours ago.
By January next year, the government is hoping to begin making cash payments to some victims of Hurricane Melissa. Labour and the Social Security Minister, Pernell Charles Jr., gave an update earlier last week.
A team of volunteers, field officers, social workers, and select individuals have been going from door to door assessing households damaged by Hurricane Melissa.
How many people are in the home? Who's the head of the household? Are they working? Are they going to school? Do they now have a roof? What assets have they lost? How is this going to impact their ability to eat?
So far,
now all of the stuff that he said a while ago, he didn't realize. When he knew all of that already, obviously, that these are some of the things that needs to be answered.
Over 57...
The urgency of answering those things. Listen to the last part, just listen to this part.
Lost, how is this going to impact their ability to eat?
Impact their ability to eat. So the fact that they took so long to get these assessments done, they already knew that it was going to have an impact on their ability to eat. Basic things. So the urgency of it should have been top priority. Right? Hire some people, pay some people, as the man say. Get the amount of people to deal with the thing fast. Just like how you got the amount of people to deal with and when you name the light thing fast. Hire some people to deal with this fast. Yeah, man, pay them, man. I don't see why not. Unless the government don't really want to help the people in a timely manner. Unless this is deliberate negligence. You understand? I don't know. Maybe it is. Who knows?
So far, over 57,000 households have been assessed. Just over 21,000 have minor damage, close to 20,000 major damage, and over 9,200 totally destroyed. The plan is to boost the pool of assessors to 600 to quickly examine another 117,000 households.
Hear that? 600, bro. Get 1,000 or 2,000 person, brother.
Assessment is done.
And then you remember where Colin Bell said, you have the teachers them where get paid anyway and then brother, use them up. Why we couldn't come up with the solution there? Why that couldn't be a thing? You know what I mean? Like, man, boy, I tell you what.
The assessment provides the government with a beneficiary list, meaning a list of persons who have been verified as impacted in the household or households impacted by Hurricane Melissa. So if Guyana, who Prime Minister has negotiated with, and they've come to assist us with 200 odd roof repairs. When Guyana comes and they connect with our JDF, it is from that list that those homes or households are pulled, and then it is verified to see whether they fit the criteria for their roof to be repaired.
Labour Minister Pernell.
Look how much things we get already from all these countries. in terms of material. I see one company buy how much zinc and board and all type of ply and all them thing there. One have the thing them sit down pan. If you have the assessment them done already, you could have a roll out and get the people them back on their feet and get the economy back on their feet. Why to the why to people? I don't know, yeah, man.
Charles Jr. says that same list will be used to select persons for cash grants.
Similar to what we did last time, we did 50, 150, 400, and it's around that region that we're looking at a little bit more for the three categories based on minor, major, and totally destroyed. We are finalizing now the modality for our cash grant delivery, and that will be started in January. We are hoping for.
Okay. Mighty God, you see, after October 28th, then people are homeless, you know. From October 28th, then people are homeless. November 28th, December 28th. So then if we wait for 3 months, till January 28th, we want to bring back like light and me say it already now. They want to pay the 150 million US and bring back the light. To shine the light on the homeless people. Hey, devil is a liar. People we must know still.
For January.
To start payout?
To start payout.
There's also a partnership with the World.
Why the lady there sounds so surprised? To start payout? Why she so miss? That's not an achievement. In a January? Man, bro.
Food program and UNICEF.
It is important for us to make sure that we get it right. Particularly because we're coupling.
Brother, you get it wrong already, bro.
This with the grants that have been already delivered through our partners, World Food Program, UNICEF, and also to make sure that we are targeting the persons who have not already, for instance, gotten their roof repaired. So it's not as simple as just handing grants. It's a logistics process that requires significant coordination.
Significant coordination, my ass, bruh. You guys can get it done if you want it to be done in a timely manner. I want to have the resources to do that argument done. This is not complex like on our talk, brother. That may I tell you. Complexity can easily well be managed through proper resources and train the resources at that. Understanding exactly what you want to do and just getting it done in our mass way. You know how much house no could have built already if you do the right thing. People don't make me don't want to think in that comment section here, man. Come and tell us, say, yo, Father God, we need you. We need you, no, Father God. We need you so much. Like, we need you more than how we ever needed you. I mean, acknowledge that, Father God. I mean, I beg you, for just come take the case, take the pillow, take the bed, take the whole house, take the foundation, take everything, Father God, in Jesus' mighty name, I pray. And just line up who you line up and do what you have to do, Father God, because them people are not ready. Anyway, God is like the word is love. I don't want to think. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother Bolo here now. How you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well. I see a media release came out from the People's National Party. Now, I have no idea what this media release is about. I have not read it. But let's get into this. It says the PNP affirms support for fundamental principles of internal law. Alright? January 6, 2026. The People's National Party knows that the event of January 3rd in Venezuela, in light thereof, and in keeping with the Charter of the United Nations. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. Lord have mercy. Yes, Lord. Thank you so much for a party that stands on business like the People's National Party, where human rights are concerned. Mighty God. Can we get a round of applause for the People's National Party, ladies and gentlemen? Can we afford a round of applause? Just for the beginning of that alone, I already know where this is going. Mighty God. Yeah, I know. I think I know where this is going, and I like it. I like it. Yes. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it, ladies and gentlemen. It says here, the People's National Party notes the event of January 3rd, 2026 in Venezuela in light thereof and in keeping with the Charter of the United Nations as the source of world peace and stability. We wish to reassert our commitment to the following principles in internal relations. We reaffirm our commitment to a system of rule-based governance of international relations in which the use of force is kept strictly within the limits permitted by international law. We upheld each nation's right to self-determination and to autonomy over its natural resources, even as we encourage adherence to democratic norms and the protection of human rights. We recognize that the use of force to effect regime change or to secure our political or economic interests in the Caribbean threatens, ladies and gentlemen, threatens our region's peace and security and risk broader conflict and the further descent in a more dangerous and insecure world to the common detriment of mankind. We reassert that smaller nations must of necessity rely on and stand by the rule of international law to protect our own independence, sovereignty, and legitimate interests, and must join in collective solidarity to preserve our common interests by steadfastly upholding these principles. The PNP affirms that this moment requires CARICOM to similarly reassert its commitment to these principles and to the restoration of the Caribbean as a zone of peace, recognizing that these principles have been the firm foundation on which our regional organization has operated for many years to our mutual benefit and in furtherance of our mutual interests. We note the response of the government of Jamaica on the event of Venezuela posted on the JIS website. We call upon the government to stand up for and equivocally support these well-established principles which have long guided Jamaican stance and reputation in international affairs. End of media release. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I am a full-fledged supporter of the People's National Party. It is moments like this that it reaffirms my hope in mankind and leadership, because we have an opposition that is saying what the leadership needs to say. This position should not be the one that the PNP comes out in a media release to say. It should be the position that the ruling party, which is the JLP, comes out and says, right? They are the one that should say, and then the PNP is the one that should say, we support the government in this stance. We want to echo the same sentiment. But as we have seen, ladies and gentlemen, oftentimes it is the People's National Party that is leading in the right move towards democratic practices, defending the rights of not only the citizens of Jamaica, but also the citizens of the world and our neighbors here in the Caribbean. It is oftentimes the People's National Party that pretty much stand on business and speak boldly about these types of issues. And this is why I support the People's National Party. And this is why I could not support the Jamaica Labour Party. When their voices need to be loud, they're quiet. When they need to remain quiet, their voices are loud. They always do the opposite of what is required. When they should move with speed and alacrity to rescue victims of Hurricane Melissa, they make excuses and then say that their methods are going to be studied as how to deal with a storm, when it should be the case study of what not to do. How to make the most mistakes and put people's lives in jeopardy and have more fatalities than that of which is actually needed. That's what the case study should be about. But in terms of Venezuela and this statement from the PMP, I salute you, Mr. Mark Gold. I salute you, sir. And I am in full support of you. Prophetically, there might be someone to rise up against you. But as they rise up against you, I will be one of those that will stand with you, sir. Yeah, man. Principle. And this is very encouraging. I want to know from the people what they think. I want you guys to storm up the comment section on this one, ladies and gentlemen. And let me remind you,
don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But
who is concerned about the next election? Like the Jamaica Labour Party. Haven't you heard utterances as if they're campaigning, although they supposedly just won the last election? Ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing with a political party that know that within themselves that they don't deserve to be there. They know why they know that they don't deserve to be there. You're dealing with a political party that is quite insecure. And that's why they have to continuously use their media houses to create narratives, to blatantly lie in some instances, to lie on personalities, mostly attack Mr. Mark Golding. Even when he's out of the way, they go as far back as to attack PJ Patterson. I mean, my God, how shameful can you get when you look at the statistics of what that man did for this country, in his service of his country? Not what he did for the country, but in his service, because that's his job. And that's how he looks at it as well. He doesn't, but be honest about what he has done. Is what he would wish. Because I've heard him say. I know, I can almost assure you that this stance that the PMP has taken in this particular media release, it will not be supported by the Jamaica Labour Party at all. I don't think they would even. I think they're going to act like this one did not come out. But if they should respond, it's going to be interesting to see what narrative and what argument they would put out there. Because the last time, ladies and gentlemen, I remember listening to Cliff Hughes on the issue of Israel and the UN and the stance that the Prime Minister took, even when the vote was happening and people was walking on what he came in. All of the things that he did that or did not do. And the argument of Cliff Hughes was that, listen, he cannot stand up against the United States and Israel. You want to lose the visa. losing the visa would be political suicide. That's what they care about. Oh, by the way, you know what? Let me indulge and play the actual video, because I don't want to misquote Mr. Cliff Hughes. Yes? So let me find that video with Cliff Hughes and what he said, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to the visa and the decision that Andrew Wallace made while he was at he was at the UN. Yes, I believe he was at the UN. Excuse me, Mr. Cliff Hughes, please come to the front of the here we are. Here we are.
Wait him out. He's been doing a lot of damage as he has been doing. Wait him out. He's been doing a lot of damage as he has been doing. A lot of damage. But Holness and Johnson Smith have to take care of Jamaica's best interest while extending support and solidarity, remember that word? Solidarity with the people of Gaza and Palestine. We can't do it in a way that is confrontational and adversarial. So this man was not given to anything but vengeance and transaction. And let me put it bluntly. You will simply say, Jamaica, okay, I'm going to take away the visas. Okay? And take away the Jamaican visa. Which government in Jamaica could survive if it is a situation where it is for at least because of the action or what you have said, you now occasion America taking away Jamaicans' visa? Jamaicans would never know. Because there's the few things that we covet more than our precious American visa. And he is quite prepared to use that. That is my take on it.
I am momentarily rendered speechless. And as I gather my thoughts, let me tell you why I was momentarily rendered speechless. This man equated being cautious so as to, one, keep political power, because if they stood up and did the right thing, which is walk out when Netanyahu was speaking, which is vote for peace when the vote was happening at the UN with the 193 countries, it could jeopardize Jamaicans' visa. So, in essence, Jamaican having a visa to go to the United States, in his purview, and JLP maintaining power as a political party is more important than taking a stance against what is wrong. Yes, Bolo, that is exactly right. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, what else you expect from a politician? That's why we need statesmen. Again, let me know what you guys think in the comment section.
And by the Shadow Minister of Security, National Security. We're talking to Sir Fitz Jackson. Fitz, good evening.
All around. First of all, let me wish you and everyone all the best for this new year that we have started. Challenging year it will be. Last year was such a very devastating year for the whole country, not only those in the worst hit hurricane hit areas. Because, you know, Colin, the Jamaican family stretch very wide. And I say constituency like mine in Portmore, that was not affected in any significant way. In fact, minor if any damage. Our relatives, family members in Western Jamaica that was devastated. So the impact, though not directly, has been quite indirect for many of us Jamaicans.
Thank you for joining us, Sir Jackson. We have a lot of things to talk about as it relates to national security in Jamaica right now. A lot of people are concerned, and let's just go there first. A lot of people are concerned with the increase in police killings over last year period. I think we had about 319 killings this year, or 311.
Yeah, the number keeps rising daily. It's hard to kind of keep track of the last one.
And then we have 13 since the beginning of this year. Yeah. Speak to us about that.
Well, you have said it, Colin. The number is alarming. I've said it publicly before. I'm really reiterating the position. That's not just of myself, of the opposition and many Jamaicans. The number you quote almost resembling the number of persons that are killed. The murder rate that we welcome its reduction. But when you look at that number and the number of people being killed by the police, it is reasons for concern. Strong reasons for concern. And for that reason why we ask, and we would want to see very thorough, independent investigation as to the circumstances and to establish, is it really as it is reported? We hear quite often that alleged gunmen attack the police, attack the security forces, they return fire, and those persons died. Look, is it that the criminals have gotten more stupider than they were before to be taking on the security forces and meeting their demise in the way that is reported? If it is so, we'd love to see some evidence to support that rather than a mere claim and an allegation. We can't build a lasting, safe, peaceful, cohesive society when large segments of the society feel threatened by those who are sworn to protect them. That's not the way to build a country. It is a way to try to enjoy some statistics, but you can't push people away in the process. And that is the concerns we have.
We were just in a discussion about body cameras, MP. And one of the things is that we are not seeing a push from the government for body camera. Where is the opposition as it relates to body camera worn by the police?
Well, our position has been unchanging as recently as the last sitting in Parliament, when the Prime Minister moved the motion for the extension of the ZOZOs throughout the country. I raised that point on behalf of the opposition. And what we got from the Prime Minister is a rhetorical scratch record response. By that I mean, the core of the government's response is that yes, on the one hand, they support the use of the cameras, and they have been saying that for a number of years. The Prime Minister himself has said that publicly. But when the tire hits the ground, they have not delivered on it. And there's all kinds of explanation being given. Colin, body-worn camera is not a new device. The science behind it is not a new one. These are shelf items. These are not items that you have to give 1-year orders with specs for. They are being used all over the place. They are produced commercially from the appropriate entities that are involved in doing that all over the place. And then the Prime Minister comes and addresses the country in a way as if we are dummies. And we can understand that this is a complex matter that will take some time.
Jackson, I am laughing because those are the very things we were talking about. The Prime Minister come tell you about you have to get backroom equipment, you have to get recording equipment to capture the picture like we done.
Yes, we know that. That's standard.
And it is available.
And it's available. So it leaves persons like myself and many others, perhaps you are included in it too, who want to believe that the government, stroke the JCF, has no real interest in having them operational, in place and operational. The other thing that I would want to know too, while these hardware facilities are being put in place, what will be the protocols for the operation of these body-owned? Because it's one thing to have it in a Colin. How you use them is another matter.
Yes.
Or how they are intended to be used.
Yes.
No, we don't need to provide these elements in a sequential way. Because these are policy issues that they need to enunciate. And now is a good time, even ahead of them coming into being, so that we know what to expect. We know what we will get from it. And secondly, as a democratic country, it gives the opportunity for the public, persons like yourself, myself, as part of the opposition and civil society, to make their input, because whatever government does, it must be towards serving the people.
But Fitzjackson, you're a part of government. Would it be fair for me to think, and I am of the opinion, that certain permission have been given or certain command has been given to the police by the political directorate for this action to be going on, and we don't see the government really pushing and demanding that body cameras be worn? And I am of the opinion, as a regular citizen, that the government have no interest in seeing the police wearing body cameras.
And that's the point I just made. The behavior of the government would reasonably cause people to believe so, including myself. I want that not to be the case, but the action of the government is driving that perception.
What is the role of the opposition and a part of the government sitting in the parliament to enforce things like these, to get policies like these in place?
Colin, I beg of you, when you're going to frame the question in the way that the opposition is a part of the government, you have to be a bit more precise than that. We are a part of the legislature, period.
You're not a part of the executive.
Correct. And it is the executive that executes, not the legislature.
And the executive that really makes the final decision.
Sorry?
The executive also makes the final decision.
Correct. So I don't want you to just bundle the opposition in the government of the JLP as being jointly responsible for what we're talking about. That is furthest from the fact. And you know, and many Jamaicans know, and I am coming to over the years of this government, I come to realize that if you want something good not to happen, don't let the opposition say it.
Because once you say the government not going to do it, is that correct? But Fitzjackson, if we look at what the murder figures say, and we have seen videos, example Cherry Tree Lane, and we hear about this 4-year-old
in St. James.
In St. James the other night. Some of the killings are really questionable.
Even the Cherry Tree one, we haven't gotten any answers to as yet either.
And where do we go from here as a nation?
Simple.
Because hold on, Fitz. If we just look at people who have been murdered by the gun, there is no 42% decline.
It's a matter of who killed them.
It's a matter of who killed them. So even with the murder rate going down, Jamaicans killed by the gun in 2025 is not down at 42%.
Colin, you asked a question before, which I want to answer. What do we do?
Yeah. What is your role and the opposition? And
no, I want to say we.
Yes.
The opposition has a role, yes, and we will resign from that. And let me speak to that one first. The opposition, we have a seat in parliament, and we use that platform to, one, critique, and I deliberately use the word critique and not criticize, because critiquing is an objective activity. We must even critique our own selves to make what we seek to do better. So we seek to critique what the government does in its policies, in its program. 2, we seek to advance and advocate for approaches which we believe can contribute to the well-being or the better well-being of the Jamaican people. You know, there's a tendency in members of the government that once the government do something or announce something, you must not question it. That's so sad and unfortunate. But we will not be subjected to that stricture, that expectation. So we will always critique and will always advance and will raise questions, pertinent questions, and issues regarding what the government does and issues that occurs in the Jamaican society that needs the authority of the government to address. We will do that. We will do it as forcefully as we can, and we try to do it as tactically as we can. And some things are not necessarily more advantageous to raise in the parliament. Sometimes the greater part of it has to be done outside the parliament. And we do that. For example, even when year before last, when the government shut down the parliament to prevent the leader of the opposition from speaking, we have to carry that message that we had to deliver as an opposition elsewhere. So yes, that's what we will do and more as an opposition. But there are things that we, the collective, must do as a people. Look here, anywhere across the world, Colin, that you have far-reaching changes, it is not the mere leadership or political leadership. It is the people with their leaders make those changes, pursue those changes, and cause them to come and to be. Look, I learned very early in my life, those who oppress you will not cede power to you because you talk. They will only cede power to you when you're going to act against them. We seek to do that through the democratic process. And we see what parties and governments will do to thwart that process to pursue their own illegitimate will. You're in Portland. You're quite close to many things that happen, but that's not going to be the subject of discussion today. And it's one that can be discussed at another time. But in terms of the role of, as you said, of the opposition and people, we need to get engaged. Democracy is not a 5-year exercise. Democracy is an everyday exercise. Look at the restrictions and you see it.
If you're just joining us on Caribbean Radio 97.9 HD4, we're talking to Member of Parliament Fitz Jackson. Fitz Jackson is the Shadow Minister on National Security, and he comes from the People's National Party. Fitz, the numbers for 2025 says murders are down by 42%. Are there any bodies? Because I know up to the middle of last year, there were 400 and about 92 bodies that they have not determined if these people should be on in the murder numbers. Are there still dead bodies that have not been accounted for?
I can't answer that in any definitive way, Colin. Some that I have to lend my attention to a bit, right? I honestly can't give you a meaningful answer at this point, and they are rather deferred, and I can come back to you at a later date.
With the numbers,
yes.
Right? No, not a problem. All right. So, also, Fitz, when we look at the whole issue of the police not wearing the body camera and the government's action on it, a caller earlier reminded us that civil society had a protest for the police to wear body cameras, and Marlon Morgan, I know less a person than the Prime Minister, really participated in a counter protest against JFK back then. What are your views on that?
Well, it is unfortunate to say the least, and it suggests or confirms the kind of, Jamaican sense of people talk out of two sides of their mouth.
Yes.
On one side them saying something else, on the other side them saying something counter to it. So they don't know where they truly stand. And this government has repeatedly demonstrated that it will say the things that it believes can deflect from the real issues. It will say whatever it believes need to be said that can cause them not to be held responsible for their own action. And that's what you see in those remarks. But I want to say something further about the body-worn cameras.
Yes.
Regrettably, some people see it as a anti-police or not pro-police request or demand. And that is furthest from the truth. You're not going to have a peaceful society. You're not going to have peaceful communities across Jamaica if the people in the various communities do not have confidence and trust in the police that is going to protect them. Let us accept that as a starting point. When allegations of inappropriate and in fact criminal action by the police is alleged, it is important that those police officers are able to clear their names and the integrity and respect for the police be preserved. The cameras being worn by the police and these operations is a tool towards preserving the respect, regard, perception, positive perception of the police force. So the body-worn camera is a pro-police device, not an anti-police device. But it's otherwise depending on the perspective or the angle that one chooses to look at it. Let me make this clear. I think the overwhelming majority of the police force are well-intentioned, decent persons. But like in every organization, you have cliques, you have groupings that brings the organization into disrepute.
Let me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to encourage you enough. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you guys to go over to Colin Bell Show, right, and subscribe to the page and see the rest of this interview with Mr. Fitz. Alright. Yeah man, definitely go to Portland Spice TV. That live stream was the 6th of January 2026. Alright? Yeah, that was the evening live stream, and it was a 3-hour one. So you know you had different perspective. Rasta Nyman was on there. I still haven't been able to check what he's talking about in terms of, you know, the economy and stuff like that. But the conversation surrounding the crime and the violence, this is one of the most well articulated discussions in terms of the PMP representative. He hit every nail on the head. You know what I mean? And you know, you can clearly see that he's calling on the people to understand that we as people in the country play a major role in its democracy. Right? Alright? This month, the 15th, big up yourself. We as a people play a role in the democracy. If you remember when Andrew Woden said we should raise our voice in concert, we remember that. You guys remember that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have remembered him saying that, then I want to strongly encourage you guys to raise your voice in concert. Black Loki, big up. I mean, come on, you guys are family. Labor rights out there, come on. You know what you're feeling, you know what you're experiencing. So all in the name of to protect the fake image of a party in their political journey as the government, you guys play it down. Oh, you know, I don't want to embarrass, I don't want to show up my party, although I lost my, you know, I don't even want to go there. Listen, you guys know. The 4-year-old, I didn't care. And the last thing I would have thought about is if it was a JLP area. The very last thing. The 4-year-old young little baby that was unalived allegedly by the police. by the soldier, whatever, JCF, JDF, I don't know. The last thing I thought about. I didn't even think about it. It was in a discussion on Mr. Wayne Lonesome that I heard the conversation lead to the era in which it happened was a JLP era today. So I say to you guys, my brothers and sisters out there, whether you are JLP or PMP or no P at all, are we are the ones that face it? Are we are the ones that could have never been an uptown baby? It could have never been somebody in a them uptown house and the police was shooting wildly, allegedly, and hit a baby in an uptown house. It wouldn't have happened. And if it did, oh, hell would have to pay. Hell would have to pay, ladies and gentlemen. Trust and believe. But we live in, but them say the animal farm, it's about 3 Jamaica, you know. Yeah, man, you have tears. Yeah, man, it's about 3 Jamaica because you have most of where they right, so. But we don't have no connections, and no matter what connections we think we have, we're not big enough. You're going to get subjected to all type of abuse by the police. And it's not every police. We are talking about the police that may abuse people specifically. Violate them human rights, violate them constitutional rights, and violate their right to life, period. Whether they are deemed to be a criminal or not. I tell you all the while, you know, these people are not seeing the bigger picture, you know. You understand? And then he also spoke about, ladies and gentlemen, the relief effort of the hurricane. I am so tired, personally, of even speaking about these things because it's so blatant. One of the things he said that stood out to me in this interview was when he said, when PMP says something, you notice it don't happen. So it appears as if the PMP is using a strategy of being quiet, ladies and gentlemen. They are using a strategy of being quiet so as to not have the people suffer more. So they're just waiting to see if the government is going to do the things that will benefit the people. They're giving them all the room to show the world who they are and how they treat the people. And one of the things he also said that stood out to me in the interview was when he spoke about the separation of powers, executive and legislative, right? The PMP is not the government. They are not a part of the executive. Alright? And that needs to be understood. So when people need to gauge their expectation of what the opposition can actually do and how effective in their opposition will even their opposition be, given the nature. That's what he said. If you want something not to happen, let the PMP say it. I was like, what? This is where it's at? Spiteful? Yo, listen, man. Let me know what y'all think, man. Smash up that like button, share the live, all that good stuff. You heard? All that good stuff. I leave you with this. I'll leave you with this.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
It's just kind of confusing. It's very confusing because if it's this bad, I remember one time when Jamaica protest, every little thing them used to protest. So when you look at some things that they used to protest back in the days, there was never to protest about that because look what we protest, the whole of Jamaica should be out here protesting now and nobody now protest. We just step on social media chat, nothing else, and when a few of us ready to go out there, you have persons who say them going and when already they're not going anywhere. But I know a lot of people going to end up sorry, you know. A lot of people are going to end up sorry because it's like them don't realize what's going on in the country. We leaders say him not afraid of we, him not afraid of nobody. Him just not care and him have a point. He realize that we're just out here talking and we're not doing anything. So we can't blame the man. The man say we're fool. We're one big bunch of coward. So if I were him, I would be doing the same thing because Mrs. say I appear idiot there Jamaica. This is not the Jamaica that I know. Back in the days, every God Almighty thing, people block road, light this light, tire, and we're not saying that. We're saying let us go out there and make our presence be known. Let them see we out there and know say you make a come out here and want you to step down. You understand? Draw international attention with all the crowds, all the people that is out there. Tell him that we want him to resign. Leave. They're doing so very bad. They're doing bad enough for the country where they should resign, they should leave. You understand? But all that's going to happen if we just sit down so and do nothing and just step on social media and make video. We can't just sit down and make videos and expect the action and no action and go come. We just talk and people say, alright, we like what you're saying. And facts and this and that. But at the end of the day, that is just the tip of the iceberg. We want action. Without action, we can't get no reaction. We have to go out there with action, make this devil step down him and him clowning them because the whole of them are criminal. We will go to the social media every day chat. It's stressing and it's hard, but alive. Life. we have to just come together and make up our mind and know what we really want. If we don't make up our mind and know what we really want, nothing is going to happen. Nothing at all is going to happen. Because Mr. Owens realized that the people them are coward. We're a coward, we're a bunch of cowards. We only have mouth for each other. Right? And stay on social media and tear down one another. And when we forgot there now hundreds and
embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Now I'm looking into it and realize how stupid we are as a country. Because the people, them every day the amount of people there at Jamaica and social media talk about Mr. Owens. If we come together and go out there in the public, we get him down.
Can go so.
We get him down. But who wants to go out there now? And everyone is afraid of this dictator. So what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do? When everybody afraid them.
Hi,
Everyone is afraid. Better we start come here, come talk about some other things because people, sometimes I eventually feel tired. You know, I rather to just make my videos and talk about regular things that I want to talk about when it comes down to the Prime Minister. But going on live and talking about it, I don't even feel it because persons are talking too much and not taking any action. It just seems crazy. Hey, Happy New Year to you, baby. Happy New Year. Yeah, better come talk about some other things on the media. I could change the subject here because I just can't bother. I rather make videos about it, but I can't bother. It's just like you're giving yourself too much work to be talking about the same thing over and over again and no progress now because nobody now make no move. I just be chatting, so somebody want to talk about something else. It will all to come together. When is it gonna come together? It is too long. I mean, for so long. When is it gonna come together? Look what's happening. If the pace and moves so slow, the hurricane will come and the people them now get the help that they needed and deserve. And we still out here still in our house. And still on social media there's a chat and go they go take no action. When is it gonna be? Here in LA, USA. Why? This is just stressing. It's like you're teaching a story over and over again and people still don't know how to read the book all when it's a two-line book and you just have it hard. It's just difficult. You don't want to talk about it anymore. You just want to change the subject. Like I said, I rather make my videos based on what I see to talk about, but I don't really feel comfortable speaking on live about it anymore because persons are not making any effort to help themselves. Yeah, they're not making any effort. If we don't help ourselves, you know, we're not going to get help, you know, elsewhere, you know. So we sit down while a lot of the other corrupt countries, people are walking out. Nobody now go light no tie and black no road. They're just saying, make your present be known, you know. Like, we just sit down and look on this big old raise. 7% increase for 7%. Right? And we're supposed to have one body which is stand for the people and it's the body for the government, and if the government agree for the 7%, we don't expect any other body to defend it. So at the end of the day, we don't have nobody to defend, we are to defend ourselves, but we're quiet. We are quiet and like I said, our silence is permission and I just can't bother with that here, man. I just get away where I just feel like persons are overly reluctant to look into life the way they are supposed to. We have other generation, we have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, we have other family member. What is it that we are saying? All right, me an old man, me an old man. Me I live my life, me want party to go, me want this to go. Me now go to go protest because me don't want this and me don't want that. And people are just thinking about themselves. And if we keep on sitting down and thinking about ourselves, the country now go move forward. We have to think about our generation, we have to think about our country, we have to think about each other. But if you only go think about yourself, it is very selfish, because being selfish is why the country is where it's at right now, and that's shitty. Like, yo, it's shitty bad. It's shitty. It's very shitty. Like, I don't even understand. I don't even understand the spell where the country and I don't understand the spell. Some lies and some wickedness so me say nobody now protest. Some things we are going to people, them lie, them thief, everything bad and no protest now. From them no protest to the light, a 7% increase, and they don't protest to what happened with the people them down the country not getting the hell that. Do I expect them to protest about nothing else? Yeah. So it makes sense me start coming here, come go and play too much on my life because it's like you're talking about the same thing over and over again, no effort now make. What we're gonna do? What it is that we're going to do? Huh? Better we play too much. But me just can't bother because people don't put out an effort. Me just can't bother. Me continue to make my videos then. Guys, I don't want to talk about nothing else. Why? Better we talk about the cow jump over the moon. Because it's a straight foolishness. Let me see I go on. Straight foolishness. Why is it going on? Nothing sensible and smart. Pure foolishness we are dealing with right now. We're not doing nothing sensible and smart for the country. Want to sit down every day and chat pure foolishness and it not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere with this talking. I don't see where we're going. What look you love? Some fabulous. Not sure no. I'm not gonna gym in a rain now. What am I text me about gym for? I'm not going to the gym when rain fall. I'm sorry. Staying in my bed right now. Thank you, baby. So guys, y'all don't have nothing else to talk about. Don't want to talk nothing about my country right now because people them not do nothing have pure mouths. Bag of talking, pure long talking. I can't bother with the chatting and the chatting is not reaching anyway. It's not even about giving up, but you just feel like you're on a replay, playing the same thing over and over again. It's like a replay. You're playing the same thing over and over again. You know, no, it's like you just say the same thing over and over again and the record scratch. I can't bother. I can't bother. God no.
You must know, yeah, man. But that are the energy and that are the sentiment. I know quite a number of content creators who have been a feel the same way for a while. It's like the Jamaican people, them, you know. I say it all now with all of the evidence. Yeah. I'm not talking about no exaggeration. This situation with the hurricane efforts and the relief and the way the government has been going about it. I not have to elaborate about how them go about it. Uno as the Jamaican people them is feeling it. Uno feel it, brother. You understand? And the people that feel it the most now stand up for themselves, brother. They now unite. Even in the midst of all of that. You know, you have whole heap of Judas. But they're out there. Right? So it's very discouraging. You know? So right now, that me I go do. I'll be a TikTok video me I go start doing and post on my YouTube. Anytime I see some local article where interest me for share, I just go share the information and give me a little entertaining flair while still dropping the information and thing. You know, and anytime anything come up, I hear say, them never did say this and them never did say that. We just pull up back the evidence and look upon the thing and assess the thing, because right now, Jamaican people, them boy, I don't know, where is Nanny? Where is Paul Bogle? Where is all of these heroes and heroines of the past? Where's that energy? Where's that spirit? Where's that bloodline? I keep asking. But the people them asleep. Why people them asleep, brother? Why? Hey, Andrew have a place locked. Andrew and the people them have a place locked, man. I mean, I tell you, say not even have nothing to do with coward. If everybody unite and stand up under law, not disorder, law. What is your right, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'm not call for no disorder, I'm not call for no burning and no tie and them something. Not right here, not over here, sir. I am not calling for that. I am calling for us to, one, be educated on what it is that our rights and our laws and things that should be upheld. And I am also saying we should make sure that we hold the government accountable in upholding those laws. You can't have a 4-year-old baby lose their life by starting a year and the people them just quiet. I say, yo, people ain't just quiet, brother. Nobody now raise them voice in concert. Nobody now get up. I mean, I talk about united as a nation. That should have caused island-wide uproar in every institution, in everywhere. Everybody's supposed to in an uproar where people ain't just, why people ain't just dead, brother. They just there as like lamb to the slaughter. My ticker, hey. Me don't want to say nothing more. Big up London 45. I want to make sure someone go over TikTok. London 45 _ and follow mama, alright? That is it. And make me know one thing. Like and share this video.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
Yeah, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We're going to be kicking things off in the second segment right away with a call to the remnant for a time of consecration, a consecration fast. That's a consecration fast. And of course, this consecration fast, consecration fast will begin 12 midnight tonight. 12 midnight tonight, and of course it will go straight through to the 25th of January. So straight through to the 25th of January, we'll have this published on our website, and of course, who knows, we may also have an advisory. It's that important. So the first week, it will be 3 weeks. The first week, the fast, the duration of the fast will be 12 midnight to 12 midday daily. So starting tonight, 12 midnight, the fast will start, and it will be from 12 midnight to 12 noon daily for the first week. So the 5th to the 11th. The 5th to the 11th. So that's Monday to Sunday. That's Monday night stepping into Tuesday morning, that is, right through to Sunday. And then the second week of the fast, that's the 12th to the 18th, the 12th to the 18th, will be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Do not worry your head. I will be repeating at different points. I'm just giving you the overall picture. So that's week 2. Week 2, which commences the 12th of January and goes right through to the 18th. So that's again Monday to Sunday, 12th to the 18th. It will be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the final week, which is the third week of the fast, consecration fast, which is for the remnant, will be the 19th of January to the 25th. So again, that's Monday to Sunday. Now for the third and final week, it will be 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's the fast daily. I will be repeating as time goes by, so don't worry your head, as I'm saying, to remember everything. And we're going to also be posting the information on our website and also circulate via WhatsApp. So consecration fast starting 12 midnight tonight. And this season of consecration is crucial because of what is up ahead. I'm going to say that one more time. This consecration fast is crucial because of what is up ahead. If you realize what has happened already, and it's very interesting, Lady Jenny would have already prepared her commentary for the Rain newspaper, and she had no option but to do that. We're going to have her walk us through that commentary very shortly, and you would begin to see how ominous the signs are in this 2026. We are just 5 days into the first month of the year, 5 days into the new year, and so many things have happened already. Of course, the stage has been set from 5786, which we are currently 4 months into 5786. That's the biblical year. And we are seeing now things spilling over into the Gregorian calendar year. Remember, it's a year of war. It's a year of tumult, a year of troubles, a year of trials and tribulations. It is a year of rapid or sudden changes. So today, the status quo is this way, and by the time you say yes, or by the time night comes and the day breaks, the status quo just shift. Let me give you an example. So you have planned to travel tomorrow. Everything has been put in place. You show up at the airport, and as I'm speaking, you're going to have more of those cases happening. As I'm speaking, watch and you will see. You only to show up at the airport to be told you can't fly, and it's not because necessarily of maybe a weather. In some instances, it may be sudden weather changes, but it's also going to be as a result of geopolitical issues, where a particular airspace is no longer accessible, and you're going to have to go back home until further notice. Also, there will be issues involving cruise ships, right, on voyages, and they had already booked to say the different places that they're going to travel to. Timbuktu, then they're going to go over to, and I'm just using names, to Ice Pit afterwards and so on. But out of the blue, they have to change and cancel same because of sudden or rapid changes. So it's going to be the year where such situations and scenarios are going to be playing out. Remember the prophetic word which was released on Friday morning, the extemporaneous prophetic word about many earthquakes and also volcanic eruptions. As those words were coming from the mouth of whomever was releasing them, earthquakes started. Notice how many earthquakes we have had already. This is going to be a record-breaking year, earthquakes. If you think you have seen earthquakes yet, and also volcanic eruption, think again. Think again. Keep your eyes on Yellowstone volcano. It has been rumbling and threatening to erupt for the past 5 years or so. Don't be surprised if this is the year that Yellowstone is going to erupt. That is going to have colossal impact and implications. Then there are underwater volcanoes. Some are known and others are not known. We're going to hear and see situations of that nature. But it's dangerous, really, underwater, because once you have underwater volcanoes, and I'm speaking now prophetically, I'm not a geologist for your information, but as the Lord would show, we speak. So when such things happen, it's going to be cataclysmic. Why? Because plates are going to shift under the ocean, which will trigger earthquakes, which will also trigger tsunamis. So you're going to have a triple, right? A triple situation where volcanic eruption coming onto the water just spewing up and so on, and all of that happening. And with that happening also the shift with the tectonic plates, then also you're going to be having tsunamis and areas where you never had what is called a blue holes, where, you know, bottomless abyss, like abyss developing. You're going to also have such situation where vessels just disappear. Okay, islands, and when we say islands, it could be small or large islands just disappearing because of such activities. That is the kind of year, and that's just one side of the coin. What about the economic tsunamis and earthquakes, and also political? I'm hearing the Lord still reminding me of Downing Street. Keep your eyes on Downing Street. Keep your eyes on Downing Street. I'm going to say it one more time. There are some suddenlies that will be happening. Downing Street, and we're talking about the UK. Downing Street, keep that on the forefront. Some changes are coming up, and those changes are long in coming. Enough said. Let's go back to the consecration fast. So now, as a result of the various, and I should say also political leaders in the Caribbean, there are some sudden changes, including Jamaica. Yes, some very interesting developments. Look at what has taken place in Venezuela. The Lord says, remember when the prophetic word came about Venezuela flashpoint? Well, it is now going to be Caribbean flashpoint, because there are leaders currently serving right now, and a number of them will not make it through 2026. Write it down. There are leaders right now in CARICOM. They are leading, but there are some suddenlies coming in this 2026 which will see them out of power before they realize it. So, Caribbean flashpoint. Watch what's going to be happening in the Caribbean. And Jamaica is also in the mix as well. There are some suddenlies politically as well. Then, what of the plagues? Do you think you see plagues yet? Let us recognize that we are now stepping into deep waters, the likes of which we have never seen before. Expect more aviation incidents. Could be plane crashes, near misses and stuff. Also, insects behaving in erratic manner. Insects that would not normally attack human beings, etc. Get ready for such situations. Possibility of killer bees. In the midst of the chaos, God will still manifest himself, Yud He Vav He, as Jehovah Rapha, So despite the plagues and the different maladies, and keep your eyes on another pandemic. I'm going to say that another pandemic is looming. But in the midst of all that is taking place, God will still work miracles. As the people of God gather consistently in worship with special emphasis on the Holy Communion. Special emphasis on the Holy Communion as the people worship the Lord and obey Him by breaking bread. Breaking bread. The Lord will show up by and through His Holy Spirit, and people will testify of healing from cancer, healing from fibroids, and so on. Cases where someone who is suffering, or people who are suffering from endometriosis, all of a sudden they have an urge to go to the bathroom, so they take the emblems. It can be at church or at their home, and they go into the bathroom, and all of a sudden stuff just start coming out. Healing. Also continued exposure in the church and government. So the prophetic word there is skirts will be lifted even higher as the veil of deception is exposed. Yes, this will cause shocks and this persons being dismayed, even their faith shaken. Leaders in church who are compromised, and political leaders as well. We will continue to see economies buckling under pressure, and thus causing these nations whose economy will buckle to become prey to the beast. So the beast will manipulate them. Yes. Also, we will see an increase in births, especially twin births. And one of the reasons the Lord will be doing this is to ensure that the righteous seed continues to populate the earth. So as Satan increases his efforts to destroy the righteous seed, God will be blessing the womb of persons, womb of women across the globe, so that they will be more fruitful. Yes, despite the abortion and all of that. And we'll see a number of twin births, perhaps a record-breaking year, twins being born, multiple births. Also keep your eyes on what is traditionally called the Gulf of Mexico, which is now renamed the Gulf of America. While that has not yet been ratified, but it has been said that the necessaries are being done to rename Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America. Keep your eyes on that section, that geographical space. It will be a very active area, even a flashpoint this year. Not only weather systems, but also war. Bahamas also is coming up on the radar, and we're seeing where evangelism will arise in the Bahamas, where more and more men and women will speak about Jesus. And this is going to come against the backdrop of some harsh times that will come upon that chain of islands. Turbulence also in the ocean will affect animals, and so you're going to have more and more fish kills, and also increased incidence of whales, especially the pilot whales and the other types of fish and mammals that are very sensitive to electromagnetic waves, sensitive to signals, that you're going to find them literally jumping out of the water, beaching themselves, because the ocean is no longer habitable for them. So they are not able to survive because of the toxicity, and also the confusion, because they require their sensors in order to travel, to move from place to place, to feed, to mate, and so on. And their whole system, biological system, is going berserk because of the continued interference with the ocean by evil scientists. So you're going to have a number of whale incidents, whales beaching themselves, also strange creatures surfacing from deep. Some of them, scientists will express that is the first they are seeing these kinds, and people will say they have never seen anything like that because of the activities that are taking place in the ocean. And also the marine kingdom will be more active than at any other time because of the increase in occultic worship and the worshipping of the marine gods. Also, we have to ensure we continue to go out in the peaceful, purposeful, persistent prayer protest. As crime and violence, the enemy would want crime and violence to escalate in Jamaica, and also violent crimes to escalate globally in more mass shootings and terror attacks. So we have to now intensify our prayers, not only here in Jamaica, but we have to pray for various major cities, not just in the United States, but globally. So pray for New York City, for example. Pray for Paris. Pray for Barcelona, there in Spain. Places like those. And where these major cities are, and that's just to name a few, there will be increased terrorist activities as they target subways, for example, and malls, airports. Remember, the fourth seal would have been broken over 2 years now, and the pale green horse is literally riding across the globe, with its rider death being death and Hades following close behind. Expect also the rise in Islamism and anti-Semitism, and also anti-Christianism, and I'm coining that, meaning more attacks against Christians, more attack against churches as well, not just against Jews and synagogues, but anyone who stands for righteousness will be coming under siege. So we have to go out and ensure that the salt and light of God is shone into the different areas, so that where there is less darkness, the enemy is incapacitated and thus not able to fully execute their diabolical agenda. And so if ever there's a year for the born-again believers in Christ to leave the four walls of the church and go out, it is this year. Hallelujah. Also, the matter of famine. All right, good. Famine of the word of God, because of the cancer of apostasy, which is growing rapidly, taking over many of the churches. So they will not be amenable to being led by God in Christ through the Holy Spirit. Therefore, they will be preaching, but not the word of God. They'll be prophesying, but not according to the leading of the Holy Spirit. So there will be a famine for the word of God, where authentic voices, authentic teaching will be few and far in between, even here in Jamaica. So that's the word of God. But when it comes on also to temporal food, we're going to see things continuing to deteriorate, really, the availability of food. And hear this well. While food will be available, the price, the exorbitant price, that will be prohibitive. Number two, the quality. Because what is actually going to happen is that many of the types of food that are available, these types of food will be GMO, will not be authentic. The organic food, the real food, will not be available for many. And so we will have persons eating trash, garbage. It will cause an increase in different types of sicknesses and diseases, thus pressuring, even flooding our already dilapidated health system. Already the health system here in Jamaica is not able to handle what is happening, and things are set to get worse. You may say I'm a false prophet or a prophet of doom, that's fine, but you will see this playing out. What we are called on to do is to pray, so that the Lord will extend grace and mercy to us, so that as these different phenomena and scenarios play themselves out locally, regionally, and globally, we will still be able to successfully navigate same. Remember, all of this, especially for Jamaica, is part and parcel of the judgment, because we fail and we have refused to observe the 3 consecutive days of national mourning, fasting, prayer, and repentance, and also globally, because the nations of the earth continue to turn their backs on God. Let me say this quickly. 2026 is a year of alignment. As God realigns heaven and earth, He will be realigning heaven and earth prophetically and spiritually. And as a result of the realignment that will take place, those who are not aligned to Him will find themselves in major problems. They will find themselves going under in terms of organizations, perishing. They'll find themselves being crushed, because that's what happens. Think of a machine that is moving like this in terms of either parallel or rotating. Think of the earth rotating on its axis. Now, if there is any disalignment, there will be a problem. Things are going to begin to bump into each other. And once the bumping starts, meaning the crashing and so on, you'll have explosions, you will have disintegration, you will have all manner of consequences, adverse consequences taking place. Now, similarly, in the realm of the spirit, according to the spiritual infrastructure, as God realigns the heavens and the earth, those structures, organizations, entities, persons who were not in alignment with God, you're going to find yourself colliding. You're going to find yourself colliding with what God is putting back in place. And of course, no one or nothing can collide with God or with what God establishes and remains. Because whatever God establishes is here to stay, is stronger than anything else, is more potent than anything else. And so anything else that bounces or crashes into it will go to pieces. And that which God has established will stand. So as the name Yud He Vav He will be magnified globally, the realignment will intensify. And so this is an open call. The churches that are not rightly aligned, get back in right alignment. Born again believers in Christ, get back in right alignment. Institutions and governments, communities, get back into right alignment, because if you don't, you're going to find yourself in big trouble as the realignment takes place. A word to the wise is sufficient. So let's go back to the consecration. So it is against that backdrop that the remnant, the people of God, consistent with Daniel 11:32b, are called to observe these 3 weeks of consecration. We have sinned in thoughts, in words, and in deed. We have been out of alignment because of various reasons. We are now being called to get back into alignment, so that as God realigns the heavens and the earth, ensuring that his plans manifestly come to pass this year and onwards, as the countdown intensifies to 5790, which is also the equivalent of 2030, as the way is being paved also for the new Jamaica to be birthed in 2027. The remnant, born again believers in Christ, that is, are encouraged, are adjured to go into these 3 weeks of consecration. Let me repeat. First week starts tonight, 12 midnight, from the 5th to the 11th. 12 midnight to 12 noon each day, right back to Sunday. Then the second week, from the 12th of January to the 18th, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. And the third and final week of the consecration fast, from the 19th to the 25th, 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily. More will be said over the hours ahead. May the Lord continue to bless and to lead us as we follow his bidding. Thank you very much, woman of God. And just before going to the passage of scripture, which of course comes to us from the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah chapter 30, that's Jeremiah chapter 30. Allow me to share quickly. We are having reports that Venezuela has detained several Americans as tensions continue to rise between the two nations. So of course we are anticipating, based on the prophetic word, based on what we're seeing in the realm of the spirit, for things to escalate between the two nations. Of course, it will have serious repercussion for the Caribbean and also for relations with Russia and China as well. Remembering they are allies of Venezuela, so we need to keep our eyes on that developing situation. Also, the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago was rattled by an earthquake this morning. Yes, And remember the prophetic word about increase, earthquakes, etc., volcanic eruption, etc. So that is development. One other aspect of the prophetic word, I guess, as time goes by, we'll share more as the Holy Spirit gives us freedom, is agriculture. One of the crops coming up on the radar that we should plant lots and lots of that crop is pumpkin. Pumpkin. I'm going to say it one more time. Pumpkin. 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 And melon, watermelon, pumpkin and watermelon. One of the things that is common, there are a number of things, but I won't get into it, is the number of seeds that these crops produce. Of course, the nutrients are there, but I thought I would mention, while they do not have a long shelf life, you have to be creative, but seeds. And for example, the melon is a complete meal. If you do the research, a complete meal. Yes, if you eat it, many persons don't know that the skin, right, should really be eaten. The skin, wash it and you eat everything. The same thing with pumpkin. So they are very similar, but that's for another story. So pumpkin, melon, that's coming up on the radar that we should plant lots and lots of that. The Lord also will give us innovative ways of storing. Of course, you know the melon, there are different ways of treating with it. So we will speak to that at another time. That's not the time now, but I thought I could share that with you in terms of food security. Melon, you know, melon also carries a lot of water. A large percentage of melon is water. There are those who say up to 70%, which is very interesting. So you know that if you are thirsty, you have no water, melon is a good source because it not only provides other nutrients, but it gives you lots and lots of water. That, I'm going to stop there for now. So melon, pumpkin, and one of the commonalities, they produce a lot of seeds. Of course, Satan is trying to phase that out by producing quote-unquote seedless melon and even to come seedless pumpkin. But remember now, anything without seeds that God made with seeds, once you see it without seed, I would encourage you to think twice about eating or consuming it. Okay? That's all I will say. If I were you, I wouldn't eat it. But I'm just simply saying, if God has made a particular food with seed and it is being given to you purportedly without seed, or you reap it and you see no seed in it, you need to stay far from it. If I were you, I wouldn't eat it. Based on where things are now, in terms of the evil agenda to depopulate the world and also to commandeer or to monopolize, right? Monopolize food production. Might I say this to you? The one who owns the seed owns the power and controls the people. The one who owns the seed. That is why in Switzerland, for example, all original seeds of the various crops that produce seed, all the originals are there. They have a seed bank. The largest seed bank globally is there. All the seeds you can think of, they have them. Why is it they are storing them? Why is it Jamaica does not have a seed bank of original seeds and by extension planting materials? You answer that question. And we have been speaking about this for 10 years now, and up to this point, they have not moved at it. But we shall see what we shall see. All I'm saying is, local farmers and every citizen, you need to start collecting and storing seed, original seeds. Because the time is coming when seed, original seeds, will be like gold. And those that are available on the open market will not be original. A word to the wise is sufficient. Running along, we're out of time. We have assignment in Westmoreland. So, yeah, having said that, remember now, registration, the cutoff time is 12 today. Well, almost 12. Yeah, so that we can make the necessary preparation for those who are traveling. The buses will be leaving here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Wow, so such a rich amount of information. And here's the source. Freedom Come Ministries. You understand? You know, them have long videos, so 5 hours, 4 hours sometimes. So what I do is clip out these points right here that I believe that is very important for us to listen and then put into practice. So a lot was said, a lot to be digested, and a lot to implement. Alright? So there you go. Make sure you guys, well, I want to invite you all to go over to Freedom Come Ministries and subscribe. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and subscribe to this platform as well. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you on the next video.
If that is true, that the People's National Party cancelled SSL license, which they did, and in 2017 JLP administration removed restrictions without reissuing SSL license. Let me ask, wouldn't it clear to all of us that the Jamaica Labour Party administration knew very well that SSL was operating without a license? And again, they were not registered under the Business Act because the People's National Party had stopped them in 2013. So what the JLP had done was to put on a charade, a facade, acting as if SSL was licensed and was registered, allowing SSL to rob investors. Now, Andrew Ones, the JLP administration, I am also going to show how you help SSL. This morning I'm going to show how you help SSL to go on to the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Because SSL did not go on the Jamaica Stock Exchange as it relates to SSL itself. It goes on the Jamaica Stock Exchange under another naming as it relates to C2W. This is what we found out. And guess what? The GLP administration helped them. So this is the seafood colliding, aiding and abetting SSL to rob investors. Andrew Ones administration, you have done that. Now, let me present the information. SSL Venture Capital Jamaica Limited. Right? Because we are going to first show you that the Jamaica Stock Exchange, as a result of the criminality, right, had suspended what they allowed them to perform on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Let me show the Jamaican people this. Let me show the Jamaican people this. Look at this, Jamaica people. Let me just bring it up. Right? You know, we have put our things in chronological sequence. Right? Here it is. And this is from the Jamaica Stock Exchange website. Right? And this is August 27, 2018. On the same time, people, August 27, 2018. Now, effective August 8, 2018. We want to listen this now, people. Listen this, but listen the bang about. Effective August 8, 2018, C2W Music Limited name was legally changed to SSL Venture Capital Jamaica Limited. In addition to this, the ticker that the stock trade as on the Jamaica Stock Exchange has been changed from music to SSLVC, right? Which is, you know, SSL Venture Capital Limited, effective August 27, 2018. Now, this is what now we prove that the lie that SSL told to investors that they have been on the Jamaica Stock Exchange from in the 70s, this is telling you that it is a lie. 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 This is what they use to trick investors, to bring in investors, telling investors how long they have been on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Here is the date. Here is the date. In plain sight. Effective August 27, 2018, at a name change ceremony held at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. You want to hear this, you know, people? Listen now. The rescue of C2W Music Limited was the first of its kind in Jamaica and the managing director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. You know, so when we go through this document, you know, they go lock down this document, they go clean it from this, you know. Marlin Street Forest applauded the SSL group for its collaboration in working with two regulatory entities, the Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Financial Service Commission. Let me read back that over, people. Let me read back that over in the paragraph that I want to listen with the noise, you know. The rescue of C2W Music Limited was the first of its kind in Jamaica, and the managing director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Marlin Street Forest, applauded the SSL Group for its collaboration in working with two regulatory entities, right? The Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Financial Service Commission of Jamaica, to ensure that the rescue was successfully executed and adhere to Junior Stock Exchange rules. Wow, let me tell you, the crowd can't turn up no more. I know that your shareholders who supported this change will be looking at you for growth. Hey, yes, of course, they really are bully for growth. I also know that this will forge a path for the company to grow, mature, and to give benefit to shareholders. Yes, the shareholders then get plenty benefit, including all of those. Committed Marlin Street Forest, managing director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. How them go panicked? How them went and the Jamaica Stock Exchange that supported by the Financial Service Commission without a license? How did they reach? The SSL Group is here at the end of the day to stand by our shareholders. Yes, we stand by them. We stand by them quite well. What we have done here is taken our poorest performing investment in the past 10 years, restructured it, and stood by our top 10 shareholders who helped fund the company. And the company is now valued at 800 million based on market capitalization. Noted Mark Croskery. So Mark Croskery, you want to run from the responsibility SSL now? You want to run from the responsibility SSL now? Me say you need to be charged. Chairman of SSL Ventures. The new company, SSL Venture, will specialize in making private investment into companies that show great promise in regard to revenue growth, and SSL Ventures' ability to take these business public on the Jamaica Stock Exchange or divest them through private sale to third parties throughout the Caribbean. Now, number one, you weren't doing any genuine trading, right? We have seen multiple, right? I would say billions of US dollars running through SSL, and you don't have a license. What are you messing up, people? Let me correct that. We have seen millions of US dollars running through SSL. You don't have a license, one, and you are not registered. Bang around this. Specifically, SSL Ventures will focus on making investment into new business that have promising technology and innovative business concept, or existing business that are seeking rapid growth within their field. Well, see Bertha there, Bertha have rapid growth. SSL Ventures will then work with the portfolio companies to grow each company to a level where it is ready for a trade sale or IPO on the Junior Stock Exchange. It is through the successful exit of the companies is where SSL Venture will realize returns of its shareholder. Today marks the final step in unveiling SSL Ventures. However, this is just the beginning. We aim to be a conduit for success to young Jamaican business by proving not only vital capital, but business development, corporate governance, as well as guidance. Right, commenting Drew Draw, CEO and SSL Ventures. Mark Croskery highlighted the vision of SSL Group to redirect investment that are leaving Jamaica back into the Jamaican economy so they can get 50 feet. Can that you know? Not that FSC and Jamaica Stock Exchange assist you to do. Here you, let me quote, open quote. There are companies with business plans that are viable, and we want to use SSL Ventures as a mechanism to bridge the gap between traditional wealth and emerging wealth, using our credibility, to get the money from traditional wealth that is held in offshore investment bank into Jamaica. There is no better brand than SSL. Let me say that over. There is no better brand than SSL, and that's why you put no charge. Let them charge. Because they're a top brand, you know. They're a 5-star general thief. They're a 5-star general crook to do this for Jamaican entrepreneurs who get stuck with their capital. Now, they don't get no stuck with them capital. You know, thief it. Me say, you know, wicked. You know, wicked. Andrew Owen say, wicked. Wicked. I can't express that wickedness anymore. But let me go around as it relates to some other issues, yes. And remember, I'm going to touch the most serious, I left them serious after the last. Now, people.
Yo, look, boy. Yo, man, tell you, man. Oh, snap. Look at melting pot face. Yo, man, tell us a melting pot. Why? Melting pot face says it all, man. Ladies and gentlemen, really and truly, this video that I'm recording right now is really for me to save this article here, you know, that I was showing while Melting Pot was talking. What Melting Pot was saying is very relevant. However, what is in the article is not what he was saying. So you get a 2-for-1 special in this one. Like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen. Like and share the video. The FSC, right? It says FSC urged to investigate Barita practices over 50 million loan to PM's company. Ladies and gentlemen, what is very alarming about this is in the loan to Imperial Investments on March 18th, there was 3 things that was used as collateral. Alright? The DREBRIAN Trading Limited pledge, a legal mortgage on a property reportedly owned by Imperium, and that part reportedly gives context later on, and an insurance policy. According to Kevin Stevenson and the Integrity Commission, right, Imperium did not own DREBRIAN shares at the time, right, when the loan was issued. It was owned by them months after. Remember, it's March 18, 2021. You know. According to the report, it was owned by them November 10th, 2021. And they used the same money that they borrowed to buy the actual share. I'm laughing because this is unbelievable. These reports are unbelievable. And the balance that was left after purchasing DREBRIAN shares, the 10 million shares from DREBRIAN, which cost approximately $24,999,998.40. The remaining sum that remained was later transferred to, on the same day, November 10th, to NCB account belonging to Imperium. It says additionally, the property that was offered to secure that loan from Barita was not registered to Imperium until November 10th, 2021, months after the loan was approved. Now, I don't know what that means. Who owned the property? Whose name was it registered in before the loan, when the loan was granted? All of these things really need to be sorted out, right? It says that the discrepancy meant that the mortgage could not be registered, right? Creating a significant gap in the loan security, the Commission said in a report on Tuesday. It said the mortgage documents also contain errors, including incorrect land identification information, which would have made it impossible to secure the asset if Imperium defaulted on the loan. Now, this is what I was saying. If somebody puts up a collateral to the bank, is it the bank or whoever the institution giving the loan? Because Barita is not a bank. Is it the institution giving the loan? Under the law, their responsibility would be to make sure that the collateral is certified, right? In response to the Commission's inquiry on the non-registration of the mortgage or on property title, Barita officers explained that the company used its discretion based on status of client. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear this? Because it is the Prime Minister Barita is using that as a crutch as to why they gave him the loan. Mighty God. Can I get that status? I would love to have that status where I could just go into the bank and tell them, yeah man, you know, I own that piece of property right there, you know, and I own this amount of shares in this company, and I have an insurance policy. So how much can I get for that? 50 million? All right, thank you. I wish I had that. I wish I had that. Wow, what a privilege. Anyway, this is not an unusual business practice when it comes to premium customers, and a discretion is usually exercised in situations when a risk assessment leads to the view that the probability of default is low. If, however, default occurs, the mortgage would be registered. The official told the commission. So you hear that? This is not unusual, you know. It's not unusual. You can just tell them, say you have this, and then you don't have it, and then later on you get it. Wow, interesting. The report pointed out that the insurance policy supposedly assigned to the loan was incomplete. So not even the not even the insurance policy was complete, and critical details were missing. No. The investigators also said key details of the insurance policy were not provided. The investigators also said key details of the insurance policy were not provided. He said Barita officers provided a collateral form dated March 18th that was signed by owners with an explanation. A line was drawn through the page of the document, and schedule on page 3 is blank. This is because after this document was signed, we learned that the pledge landed was undeveloped, bare land, and consequently there was no insurance to assign to us, the officer said. However, the commission said the pledged property owned by Imperium was in fact not undeveloped, but contained the residential property owned by Holness in Beverly Hills, St. Andrew. The Integrity Commission investigation suggested that Barita's intention was to have security in place should Imperium default on the loan. The foregoing therefore resulted in what appears to be an unintended consequence of Barita's issuing an unsecured loan to Imperium when a secured loan was intended, Stevenson said. He criticized Barita's practice of keeping documents in a registrable form without formally securing the loan, calling it unsatisfactory. Stevenson concluded that Barita failure to properly register the mortgage and the incompletion of assignment of the insurance policy exposed significant risk. If a borrower were to default on the loan, Barita would not be able, without the borrower's assistance, to register the mortgage against the property put up as collateral. He noted. What that means, you know, and what I'm understanding from this, ladies and gentlemen, if they had defaulted from the loan, right, Barita would have to get Andrew Wallace to register the mortgage against the property to pull up as collateral, because they already made the mistake to give him the loan without the proper collateral. You understand? Stevenson recommended the FSC conduct an audit of Barita's operations and loan practices to ensure compliance with the Financial Services Commission Act and industry regulation. He also urged the FSC to assess whether Barita's actions were consistent with the terms of its license, and if any breaches were found, to impose appropriate sanctions. The conduct of Barita in its grant of 50 million loan to Imperium raises several prudential concerns. The DI's conclusion is grounded in fact that collateral said to have been provided for a loan either did not exist in name of the borrower Imperium or did not exist at the material time, the chief investigator said. The $50 million loan carried 7% interest and was structured as an interest-only loan with one annual payment over 2 years. Right? The first payment was to be interest, and the second being the final interest payment. However, with principal repayment, the report said. Despite this, the loan was refixed in 6 installments between March 2022 and August 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, that is important information to have documented. Wow. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Andrew Honest with the privilege, brother. Mighty God, status gets you to get unsecured loans of $50 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to up our status, you know, man. Not now go on for we, you know, man. I leave you with this particular statement right here of truth. Let's hear it.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have, don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership, and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If you don't want to see him, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit there. I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard? Hey Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
After tough time, make the doctor. Remember, tough time tell me, you know, how much that time I know the health system are going good. He get travel advisory. He make the nurse them go away. Marco Rubio come and send home the Cuban. Him send them home. People are dead left, right, and center. You know what I'm saying now? You know what I'm saying now? You can't believe me. I'll show you something. We'll just make headline. Where Tufton just say, look here. He never have a clue away, Madu. Health minister asking nurses to come back home. No, if you're not an idea, not for fucking listen. You there Jamaica now get paid. You can't pay a light bill and everything gone up, everything got sky high. Jamaica done. And now the people them settle with them family, the people go to school. Your kids them go to school, they get better pay. You got treatment and everything. Only thing the man put in this, you will come back home. That cannot be a solution. Nobody will settle and get better pay. And when you look them peaceful now with them there in Canada with them there. Yeah? I work better for them and have them kids now go through school and everything. Leave them 5 years, 6, 7 years. You have to say, oh, nurses, come back home to a big dirty thing in hospital. Without medication and them things that sick your stomach. Eh? So them are going to pack up now. When them call for nurses, come back home. I don't know who I talk to. Look here. You are going to pack up now a nurse and say, oh, Tufton call me. So me I go back home. But you see where I go in Jamaica. You go back home. You're not a nurse and I go back home. That makes sense? Man, we're not idea again. Eh? Run out the idea again. See? Some more nurses come back home. This makes sense? Eh? Come back. Look at the card. Not my word. Look at. 8 minutes are asking nurses to come back home. When them talk, you shut them out. Nurse and you know things. You lock them out, you know, take talk, them leaving a jokes. Eh? The nurse down there, them one down there suffer right now. I ask a nurse to come back home. That makes sense? No. No sense at all. Nobody now listen to this guy. So this way you talk about nobody that now gonna wait.
Hi. So there have been a lot of conversation over the last couple of days about nurses not finding jobs while we say there is a shortage in the field. The truth may be in both instances, because there are some nurses, more the generalist nurses, the RNs, where you may have more difficulty finding a job in that field, while with the specialist nurses, the cancer care nurses, the kidney or renal care nurses, the critical care nurses, the operating theaters nurses, those that have to train for an additional 6 months or so to be a specialist, that's where the bulk of the shortage is, and that's where we have a challenge, either because of limited capacity for training or migration to seek opportunities elsewhere.
If you don't love it, leave it. Tufton tells nurses to be more committed to patients than pay. You know, I same thing me that tell Tufton, and me that tell Andrew, and me that tell Nigel right now, and all of the MP them in the parliament. Health Minister Christopher Tufton has issued a stern warning to nurses to quit if they do not love their jobs and are more motivated by pay than by empathy and compassion for the patients they serve. So you don't know the same thing? Because I guess I go on now, Tufton. Andrew Holness is like a nurse for Jamaica. And him don't love the patients him serve and the 9 million with them they are paying. So like how him don't love it and you don't love it and the rest of the MPs them don't love it, me would have give you about this same advice. Quit. Leave Parliament. Since the pay is not enough and you don't love your patients which are the Jamaican people, you need to quit and go on a bumbuckler yard car. We don't love you neither.
Some people will make a choice irrationally. They wake up on the wrong side one morning, kiss them teeth, and make a wrong vote, and then them suffer for the rest of the time.
So the shortage do exist, but it exists primarily in the specialized field. I would encourage our nurses, those who are generalists, to look at a specialized area. That's what the Barwin Scholarship is offering, and we have specifically stated the areas, and indeed, that's where a lot of the opportunities currently reside. So it's important to make that distinction. Hope it clarifies the issue. Ready and willing to answer any further questions, but I thought I'd just clear that up for now. Thank you very much.
doctors who work hard are trouble. You know, I said this to you, Andrew, until this. What people don't know is that there are doctors who go to work on a Friday morning at 8 a.m. and is scheduled for work until Monday. 8 a.m.
Some people will make a choice irrationally. They wake up on the wrong side one morning, kiss them teeth, and make a wrong vote, and then them suffer for the rest of the time.
Oh no!
So them work Friday, Saturday, Sunday up to Monday?
And pick up back on Monday.
No! God! So the doctors are being burnt out?
No! Exactly.
No!
And so when the doctors say, we want proper pay for this, because what, you know, the nurses are scheduled for work on a shift basis. So you have a morning shift, or afternoon shift, a graveyard shift for nurses.
That is why we're seeing so much malpractice and so much things happening in the hospitals. The doctors and the medical practitioners are overworked, Senator.
Yeah. Because what the arrangement with the doctors is that they work on normal 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the government has an official thing which says hours between 4 p.m. and 8 a.m. tomorrow morning is what is called emergency hours. What? And doctors are arrested for that. And that is where they are paid overtime.
And those emergency hours where them should be getting the 6,000 per hour, then getting 2,000 a little bit per hour.
Exactly. And that's what they're fighting for at the Industrial Dispute Tribunal. And so, and in addition to that, the government is trying to impose upon the doctors something that is called an extra hours work policy. Listen to how foolish that policy is. The government says,
yes,
nobody must work more than 15 hours per week. Bear that in mind. Nobody must work more than 15 hours per week for overtime. But for the doctors,
yes,
one shift of overtime is from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Mighty God.
Calculate with me how many hours that per day. Per day. And there are doctors who work every other day, called 1 and 2. Every other day they have to do emergency duties.
Christopher Tufton is back at it again. He's back at it again, and I'm genuinely like speechless. I am speechless. After coming on the internet and asking, he asked, it's not like we told him to say, you know, he came on the internet and he asked, if you can afford it, why aren't you having children? He asked. And when people started to answer, a doctor from the States with Jamaican roots literally comes to Jamaica once a year to do free surgeries on Jamaican children. Free surgeries. The man donates his time. He charges millions of dollars for one surgery. And he takes the time every single year to come to Jamaica to operate on children. And this year, he could only do 5. He could only do 5 surgeries because the Bustamante Children's Hospital didn't have any ORs because their ACs weren't working.
There's some amazing people here at this hospital. The doctors, the nurses, the physicians, the residents, and we take great care of these kids. But there are some clear infrastructure issues here. Okay, I've been coming here for 20 years. There's some very clear infrastructure issues that need to be solved. This is the only children's hospital currently on the hospital in the island. We're probably the most technologically advanced Caribbean island in healthcare wise. We have to be the gold standard. Our hospitals have to be the gold standard, but these need to be addressed and fixed, and the money needs to go into helping these children.
The man could not donate his $1 million time to help and fix children in Jamaica. It's not even like he lives here because we don't have the resources, because our infrastructure is so bad. And Dr. Christopher Tufton got up and said, oh, it's the doctor's fault. It is the doctor's fault that they don't have ORs for people to operate in. He's blaming the doctors. And I'm so sorry, my father is a doctor. He's the kind of doctor that doesn't even care about the money, really and truly. He's the kind of doctor that literally cares about the person. Like, he hates not being able to help people. You can see God in my father's hands, okay? Dr. Christopher Tufton got on the internet again. He got up, and he said it is the doctor's fault that children aren't able to get surgeries. He's so freaking for real. Be so for real. Be so for real. People are supposed to be having children. When they have the children and their children get sick, there are literally no facilities for them to be operated in. And you're gonna blame the doctors? It's the doctor's responsibility, not the ministry, not the government. government. Doctors that are being overworked and underpaid. They have to work their regular jobs at the hospital and do private practice just to pay their bills. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Man, he keeps having the audacity. And my thing is, if it was a different minister, I don't feel like it would piss me off as much. Like if it was the Minister of Finance, I would have been like, all right, like it's just money. This is people's health. Like this is quite literally people's lives. And this man keeps getting on the internet and just talking up to foolishness. Like, oh my gosh. I'm literally going to insert the videos because this is outrageous. Like, Bustamante Hospital said they had a plan from April to fix the ACs so that people could get their surgery. And the government said no. They said no. So I just want to know who put this man in office and how do we get him out? I'm so sorry. This is outrageous. Oh my God. I'm never having children.
It has been a challenging few months at the Bustamante Hospital for Children. Orthopedic surgeon and consultant Dr. Warren Blake knows firsthand what medical staff had to do to keep the operations running. It is why he's concerned about the comments made by the Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton about the malfunctioning AC units in the operating rooms. The minister pointed to poor maintenance of the infrastructure by the hospital's administrators for some of the recurring problems. According to Dr. Blake, that's not the case. He referred us to a plan put in place back in April to fix the AC units in all operating rooms. He said if that plan was allowed to go ahead, problems with the AC units would be non-existent.
And that plan was to have been funded by the Chase Fund. The administration of the hospital was well involved in this, and when they sent to the ministry to get permission was denied. And the minister needs to also address the reasons why the permission was denied to go ahead with the plans earlier this year to fix the hospital. And it's because of this denial that's part of the major reason why we don't have any operating theatre functioning properly at the Children's Hospital at this time.
As it relates to suggestions that patients can do operations at the university hospitals of the West Indies, Dr. Blake says it's easier said than done.
In fact, one of our patients who were on the list for the mission was in fact sent to the university hospital in an attempt to try and get her done through the hospital. She returned to us when she got an invoice for $1 million.
You, just you, building your app.
People, big up on yourself, you know. Big up on yourself. On so much things this government are going with. For those that have been watching for a while, yeah man, Banda channel here, so I gotta do it sometime. I gotta just run them thing and make them play, you know, because I only put them video I know so I miss, you know. So I gotta have marathons like this on this channel here. You get me? Yeah man, but just gonna make it run, man. And it's gonna help to get people over here as well. If you're not yet subscribed to the platform. So this is BOLO TBV, this is BOLO throwback videos. You know, a lot of the content that's already been put out there, especially the ones that people missed that was super important. Me see Brown Man Security in our place, Karen, Donovan, Lady J, Mary Lizzie, big up herself, Angela, Selvanev, Ryan Campbell. Salute to everybody that passed through. I'ma get myself together. I will be going live on my other platform around 6. So see you guys then, alright? Make sure you subscribe and like and share so other people can get it. See? Look up more.